can skip an introduction at this point, and go ahead and get started. And I think that getting started means that Dennis gets an opportunity to introduce me.
Yeah, I would be happy to do that. Mel is a long-standing colleague of ours in the field of nonprofit studies. He's an economist and currently, well, I guess it's currently Professor Emeritus of Business at the University of St. Thomas. That's in Minnesota, not the warm St. Thomas in the Caribbean. So, Mel has an interesting career. He's been a research economist at a number of places, including the Federal Reserve Banks in St. Louis and Minnesota. He's also worked as a CEO in nonprofit community development organization, and he's been on several boards of nonprofits and active in Arnova, the Research Association for Nonprofit Scholars. He was had a term as editor of the journal Nonprofit Management and Leadership, and sometime back, I guess it's at least 10 or 15 years, right? He wrote a very nice textbook on the economics of arts and cultural institutions. And he's had a long-standing interest in today's subject of entrepreneurship in the nonprofit sector. So I'm very pleased to have him here and lead this module on entrepreneurial strategy for nonprofit resilience.
Thanks, Dennis. And I believe that everything you just said is actually true. If you want to find out more about the various skeletons in my closet and you Google the name that you see on the screen at the moment, you will first get 2 professional football players. And then way down the list somewhere, you'll eventually find me and a bit of my record as well. And I can hastily point out that at my peak, which is when I was in college, I would have come in about 1 second behind both of those football players in the 100-meter dash. And just for those of you who are doing the measurement, 1 second is about 10 meters, which means you may as well just not have tried at all.
I forgot to mention that you're pretty good in percussion too. He's a musician, so I throw that in as well.
Well, yeah, absolutely. We don't want to overlook that. If you hear me drumming my fingers at some point, you'll understand that it's a natural tendency. I'm actually in a geezer rock band. We get together every once in a while and see if we can remember how to play our instruments.
We won't tell people about playing at the Kennedy Center. We'd save that for later.
Right. Which, by the way, is absolutely true. We did actually do that. Okay, so welcome everybody to this, what I trust for most of us. I see another familiar face. I see Elizabeth and I see Ricky. Welcome to this session on entrepreneurship in the social sector. What I'm doing, of course, is picking and choosing from a variety of parts of courses that I've been teaching for the last several years, both pre-retirement and to some extent post-retirement, although we academics we may go through a retirement process, but we never really find the exit door. I know that's true of myself, it's true of Dennis. So we hang around and continue to make noise. Since I had no idea how the compression of basically 2 different courses into a few hours of one day, how that's going to work and how long it's going to take, I trust that everybody has cleared your weekend schedule entirely so that we can just continue right on. So, entrepreneur resilience strategy. When I was asked to do this piece, I had actually volunteered to do a couple of others. That said, you know, if in a pinch, I can do the entrepreneurship piece as well. I've been doing this for long enough even before I got into the nonprofit sector, nonprofit applications, entrepreneurship has been a part of the economics toolkit for those of us, at least those of us of a certain age. It was a part of what we studied maybe early in our careers, in our training, and then it went dormant for an extended period. And then entrepreneurship, as far as the economist perspective is concerned, reappeared back in the 90s. Now, of course, for some of us, the 90s was ages ago, but I still think of the 90s as yesterday, basically. So it seems new, but let me give you an idea of two things. First, what we're going to be up to today, and then secondly, why we're hearing an economics perspective on this. So our learning agenda includes the following. We want to come up with a definition that we can all agree on. And what I have discovered early in poking around in the literature on nonprofit or social entrepreneurship is that there has been a fair amount of uncertainty. I like to think that we're beginning to converge on a set of concepts, but I'm going to take you a little bit through what we've had to wade through. Then there are two specific analytical frameworks that I'm going to introduce today and show you some applications, some illustrations, and these are two from several that are on my menu to choose from, but there are two that I think will be especially helpful to us.
Mel, if I could interrupt you, Mel, did you want to advance the slides, or if you want, I can help you do that, if that's something you'd do.
So I just advanced it. You're not seeing the new slide?
I see the cover slide.
Ah. Okay, so yeah, if you have some insights into how you can see what I'm seeing.
How about
Can you share your screen, Mel?
Yeah.
That's like, you have to do that.
You may have shared the PowerPoint window instead of sharing your screen. So I would recommend unsharing your screen, and then when you try again, hit the window and not the PowerPoint option. And then that should fix it. Now, it also means if you switch over to your email, then we'll also see that. But as long as you stick with the slide presentation, we should be good.
Okay, so let me see what I can.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
It's trash day, and I've got a very upset hound dog in the background. So most of the time I will be on mute.
There we
I'm
go.
glad he gave me enough time to do that. There, this looks good.
Okay, great. Thank you. And now I see at my end that it's letting me know that I'm sharing the screen I intend to share. Good, thank you. So just to pick up with the second bullet point down on this screen, introduce and apply the analytical frameworks. The two that I've chosen are two that you may be familiar with. One most of us may be familiar with if we've been hanging around business schools at all for the past several years. And there's nothing new about Michael Porter's 5 forces other than the fact that we're going to be applying them to the nonprofit sector. And the 5 forces will walk us through. And the way that I have used these 5 forces that I will explicate a bit later is to divide them into the supplier value chain, the competitive environment, and scale and scope economies that result from that. So that will be fairly early-ish in our agenda. And then later on, we'll look at a set of tools referred to as a group as the organizational architecture. And we'll apply that to establishing a culture of entrepreneurial or intrapreneurial thinking within the organization. So Quarters 5 Forces looks for the most part outside the organization for opportunities to be entrepreneurial. And the organizational architecture framework looks inside the organization for the most part for such opportunities. And then we'll put this into practice. I will walk us through several micro examples from organizations that are in the Twin Cities that have been celebrated locally as socially entrepreneurial. We'll have a conversation with the CEO of one who will walk us through her experience, and there will be a case study. Now, what I'd like to do, because of our guests' schedule, and in part because what her presentation will do is go beyond the case study, which also looks at her organization. I'm going to flip these last two items. And so when we get to the break time for lunch or other sustenance, we'll also use that to get up to speed on the case study. And then we'll spend some time immediately after that talking about the case study and some of the application of concepts and questions that I prepared and questions that you may develop as you look through it. And then after that, we will be joined by the CEO of the organization for looking at, and she will update us because the case study looks at reactions to a prior set of challenging circumstances entrepreneurially. She will update us into what's happened in the last very few years in the organization as they have had to cope with the COVID era. So that's where we're going to be going. And Dennis made a point, and certainly I appreciate his having made the point that we're looking at this from an economist perspective. And one of the reasons for that is because entrepreneurship as a concept, and at St. Thomas, we actually have a school of entrepreneurship, and there are no/0 economists working in the School of Entrepreneurship, which I, of course, regard as a grievous oversight, since entrepreneurship has been carried into the present era mostly by economists. So let's take a look, if you don't mind, taking a little trip through the history of economics engagement with entrepreneurship generally, and then we'll add the social to that in just a little bit. We go back to a couple of French economists, Cantillon, who looked at the business person as someone who bears risk, and Jean-Baptiste Say as the entrepreneur as one who creates value. The major impetus, however, is Joseph Schumpeter, who introduced the concept of creative destruction, that what an entrepreneur does is sort of tackle a problem by wiping out previous approaches to solving that problem, which means setting the economy and parts of the economy on a brand new course that doesn't necessarily respect the courses that preceded it. This, of course, is a photo of Joseph Schumpeter, who, and the reason for this label here, I'll just share this little tidbit with you. Schumpeter had said at one point early in his life that he had three aspirations, that at the end of his life, he wanted to look back and be able to say that he was the greatest horseman in the world, and that he was the greatest economist in the world, and that he was the greatest lover in the world. And when he reached toward the end of his life and was asked to assess his success, he said basically, well, 2 out of 3 isn't bad. He never mentioned which of the 2 out of 3 he achieved. Frank Knight brought together the concepts of and distinguished between risk and uncertainty. And for those of you who track terribly interesting concepts like this, because it is kind of important to us, risk applies to a situation where you're making a decision And you kind of have in your mind a probability distribution of the outcomes. So it's a risky because you don't know which of those outcomes is going to occur, but you can make a relatively informed decision because you know that one of those outcomes is going to occur, and you kind of know the probability of each of those. Uncertainty is the situation where there's a risk, and there are a variety of outcomes, but you have no idea what the probability distribution is. So you're really stepping into the dark with uncertainty. And Frank Knight said that, well, that's pretty much what an entrepreneur does, that you step into the dark because you don't know what, you have no idea what's going to transpire. And so this we attach to the definition of entrepreneur that we'll wrap up with in a little bit, that willing to take on total uncertainty. Israel Kirzner sees the entrepreneur as a growth engine within the economy. William Baumol treated the entrepreneur as a separate, what the economists call factor of production. So the factors of production include such things as land that a productive enterprise sits on, the labor that is employed by the enterprise, the capital machinery that's used to make the enterprise go, and then the entrepreneur is also a factor of production. And then Ed Lazier characterized the entrepreneur as what he called a jack of all trades. So it was someone in the enterprise who could step in and fill many different shoes. And then finally, Casson incorporated all this into the theory of the firm. So the entrepreneur becomes a part of thinking about how organizations operate, not just the economy as a whole, but inside the organization itself. And we will do a bit of that today. Now, I haven't said so, but you guys will understand that you have the opportunity to raise a hand or shout out, since I may not be able to see your figurative hands. And feel free to let me know if you have questions or issues at any point in time. And if those of you who are looking at each other's faces and you see a hand waving, please feel free to let me know. So we happen to be in an era where entrepreneurship may be called for. And I've got a couple of quotes here. I won't read the entire things, but I'll pick and choose a few choice words, and feel free, of course, I think everybody has a copy of this, to read at your leisure what these slides say. So the basic idea is that a crisis such as our current crisis triggers entrepreneurship. And this one emphasizes a time of social upheaval. Old solutions become outmoded. We've got to learn new solutions better suited to current needs, imagine alternatives, successfully introduce them into the marketplace, and so on and so on. And a session like this, and Stuart and Dennis can confirm or disconfirm the bold statement I'm about to make. A session like this may in fact be a response to current circumstances. Once we have had to adapt in our home environments, we academics especially, to the fact that we can't get together with students face to face all too often. We've had to find other mechanisms to do that. Those other mechanisms then lend themselves to our exploring other applications of those mechanisms. So taking Zoom meetings more innovatively into the broader operating environment, such as we're doing here, means that our students are not just sitting in their bedrooms watching us lecture online, but we can go not just to you across the country, but to folks around the world. Those of you, in fact, who are involved in one of the major nonprofit research organizations known as iStar, We met this summer in Montreal, except that very few of us were in Montreal. I chose not to attend any of the sessions that were geared for Europe and Asia because they were at 3 and 4 in the morning, my time. But I was able to participate very early in the morning in the session where I presented. All of this being made feasible and necessary by the crisis. Another quote, and this comes from the Mercatus Center in DC, well, actually in Northern Virginia, adjacent to DC, at George Mason University. Their research on community response and recovery after disasters, and I suppose some would regard our current situation as a disaster, has shown that commercial and social entrepreneurs are key drivers of disaster response and recovery. So social entrepreneurs as key drivers, and an event such as we're experiencing gives those key drivers a chance to come to the surface, make themselves known, and have an impact. So what is this social entrepreneurship that we're talking about? I'm going to walk us through the evolution of how these concepts have been put together, and you will see, I hope, and if not, I will draw your attention to them, some of the shortcomings of these early definitions. So Ashoka, and by the way, you can find all of these or lingering evidence of all of these online. Ashoka says a social entrepreneur comes up with new solutions to social problems and then implements them on a large scale. And my quibble with this is the large scale part. I do not think you need to operate on a large scale to be creative. Echoing Green says that social entrepreneurs are exceptional individuals who dream up and take responsibility for an innovative and untested idea for positive social change and usher that idea from dream to reality. So there's a focus there on the individual, and there's no denying that individuals are important. I'll be making the case later on that organizations as groups of individuals can also be entrepreneurial. They may have an entrepreneurial leader, but they themselves do not need to be do not need to rely on that exclusively. Forbes defines social entrepreneur as a person who uses business to solve social issues. Well, I'm not too sure what using business means, but I'll suggest some things a bit later on. But I find that that definition also lacking in specificity and helpfulness. McKnight and Cooper, social entrepreneur is someone who works inside major corporations or organizations to develop and promote practical solutions, and so on and so on. That you can only be an entrepreneur, or in this case, an intrapreneur, if you work inside a large organization. And I'm not buying that. The Skoll Center at Oxford University has settled on this definition, which is coming pretty close, I think, to what most of us would recognize as a reasonably comfortable definition. Social entrepreneurship, the result of individuals, organizations, and networks. So a little bit more inclusive, that challenge conventional structures causing inadequate provision or unequal distribution of social and environmental goods. So we are all coming at this from the nonprofit perspective. So I think most of us understand the nature of social and environmental goods by addressing the failures and identifying new opportunities for better alternatives. And then I suppose many of us would regard Greg Deese as the godfather, the late, unfortunately, Greg Deese, as the godfather of modern concepts of social entrepreneurship. And social entrepreneurs are change agents, and that's a label that has been applied and has stuck. A mission to create and sustain social value. Okay, we're all in for that. recognizing and relentlessly pursuing new opportunities to serve that mission, engaging in a process of continuous innovation, adaptation, and learning. So it's not something that you do once. It's an ongoing process, this concept of social entrepreneurship. And how do you encourage an ongoing process? Acting boldly without being limited by resources currently at hand. Well, there's a little bit of that uncertainty. And exhibiting a heightened accountability to the constituencies served and for the outcomes created. Okay, well, if we must. But please note the outcomes created there. There will be a place or two where I will bring us back to that notion of outcomes created. And one of the issues that will arise, just to give you a little bit of a peek ahead, who gets credit for those outcomes created? Let's suppose you have a multi-programmatic organization, and they are all serving what might be a fairly broad mission of the organization, and that mission is being met with great success. Which of those units, all contributing to the outcomes, gets credit for those outcomes? And that turns out to be kind of an important question a bit later on when we get into the organizational architecture tool. So as I've gone along, I've quibbled with some of the elements of some of these definitions. And these are some of the things that I've quibbled with. That have to be large scale. And my contention is, no, it doesn't. Does it work inside major corporations? And my contention is absolutely unnecessary. That it uses business. I have no idea what that means. That only exceptional individuals, change makers, and I think that we can all be entrepreneurs, which I suppose may mean that we're all exceptional, but I don't think we have to take a second place or be off stage while some entrepreneur is holding forth. That we can all join in the game. So taking all of this together, I offer a step toward a more useful definition. Social entrepreneurship, individuals and organizations that exhibit these characteristics, that they are innovative, and to use Schumpeter's concept, they can be disruptive. That their focus is on the social benefit. So the social benefit is the intention. There are those who are willing to award social entrepreneurship status to say private firms, private corporations, who generate some socially beneficial results. But social benefit is not their driving motivation. The social benefit is a byproduct of their pursuit of benefit to their shareholders, for example. A reliance on market forces as needed, which I think is a step beyond relying on business. Relying on market forces means being aware of forces such as supply and demand, and how they interact, and how we can take advantage of them. So what is not in this definition? Things like size, that you have to be a startup. I don't think you have to be a startup. And this is one of my pet peeves is, and you've all seen this, the newspapers will report on in their business pages on somebody who's just started a new business. And they'll say, this is such and such who is a social entrepreneur or an entrepreneur. And my contention is, no, they're just doing what dozens of people have done before them, and they're doing it pretty much the same way. There's nothing at all entrepreneurial about what they're doing. It's just that they are starting a business. So I don't award the label of entrepreneur or social entrepreneur unless it has some of the characteristics above. So again, tying together some of those distinctive attributes of social entrepreneurship, just so we are all thinking the same way, speaking more or less the same language. An innovation that yields superior means of creating and sharing value. And sharing value is italicized because what the private organization does is seek to innovate and capture value. And the social entrepreneur shares value. The social benefits are the ends, not the byproduct. We're enhancing social or collective goods, that we are taking care of each other and helping solve each other's problems, that we're mitigating social or collective bads, that we're addressing climate change, for example. We're correcting a maldistribution or the effects of maldistribution, such has been the growing case in the US and other advanced capitalist, many other advanced capitalist economies, the maldistributions of income and wealth. That we're mitigating natural and biological hardships, again, climate change and global or local effects thereof. And that we're protecting ourselves from each other, because human nature is not always as positive as we would hope. And the market is one possible means of doing that, or relying upon the market. And here I want to distinguish between the two concepts that sometimes get intertwined, the social entrepreneur or social entrepreneurship and the social enterprise, where I think most of us understand the social enterprise as a fee for service activity with a social benefit as the intention. And those of us who every year go attend our NOVA, the research group that has been mentioned already, and are active in the social entrepreneurship and the enterprise group within our NOVA, we often go out to dinner or have a meal of some kind at a social enterprise, say a restaurant, which employs hard to employ individuals. And it's a way of getting helping those folks get on track to being productive members of society. There's a social benefit, but it is an enterprise, and a restaurant is not necessarily entrepreneurial. In fact, a restaurant is rarely entrepreneurial, but it is beneficial. And so I think that's a useful distinction for us to keep in mind. So, boil all this down. What begins to distinguish social entrepreneurship? So I have devised this little diagram. Okay, now it has settled down, where I'm looking at a comparison of what's the motivation, what are the incentives to be engaged, and what are the individual or group traits of those who are engaged. And the two axes are continuous measures that go from basically me to all of us, self, social, and entrepreneurial to non-entrepreneurial, which suggests that there is a middle ground, or several in-between grounds up here. You can be sort of entrepreneurial sometimes. And where do people fit in here? And the true social entrepreneur is the one who is both entrepreneurial and pro-social. The non-entrepreneurial but pro-social is the typical NGO or NPO executive or worker. The entrepreneurial pro-self, I'm now referring to that as a vanity space cowboy. And the last, the non-entrepreneurial, non-social, is you're and my brother-in-law. And we'll keep that secret for the moment. My wife has two brothers, and she's just outside the door. Okay, whether fair or not, I think there is something that enables in these sort of broad categories enable us to distinguish. And some may quibble with my notion of the vanity space cowboys. Maybe there is a social benefit behind sending folks into the edge of space, and maybe there is some social benefit to the intention to colonize Mars and Venus, but I'm not yet convinced of that when there are so many issues right here surrounding us on this planet that need attention and could benefit from the resources that otherwise are diverted to serving somebody else's ego needs. And by the way, of course, if opposing points of view are welcome at any time. So what do we end up with? Attributes of social entrepreneurs. Something innovative, an achievement orientation, a sense of independence and control over destiny, low risk aversion, a tolerance for uncertainty. I've already distinguished between those two most recent bullet points. And then community awareness and social concern. What I want to emphasize, of course, is that that can be an individual. It can also be an organization. So I'm going to pause just for a moment and invite observations, quibbles, suggestions. I see Dennis's hand.
Yeah, I'm off mute because I've stopped laughing at some of the things you've been saying. It's very, very well presented. I was just going to comment on I'm not sure if the right word, fungibility between categories. The fact that we're not really talking about taking an individual person and putting him or her in one box forever, but that people can play different roles at different times. And in terms of your four-way categorization, I guess part of what we're talking about in this course would be, how to move, I don't have the box in front of me, but how to move the NGO executive doing sort of routine stuff into a more entrepreneurial posture. In other words, maybe this course is somewhat about moving a B to an A.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wouldn't want to put anybody permanently in any of these categories except maybe C and D. I don't know. Maybe I've just had too much experience with the D's and too much media exposure to the C's. But yeah, I think that this is certainly situational, and maybe someone who earns a lot of adulation for being entrepreneurial in particular circumstances falls flat in other circumstances. That some circumstances may be more amenable to particular individuals or particular organizations' set of skills and interests, and that organization or that person can certainly be exhibit a more entrepreneurial reaction to those circumstances. And yeah, we do want to encourage folks to find ways to move from B to A. So you're not ineluctably pinned into any particular point up here. Well, maybe these down here where you kind of pin yourself. But for the ones that are most important to us, the pro-social, yeah, excellent point. And I'm going to add that for future displays of this. I'll draw a big red arrow from B to A. Other thoughts?
Well, okay.
Ricky.
No,
Okay.
This is great. This is really helpful. I, of course, I'm coming into this from a sociological perspective. So I'm fascinated by the idea of how individuals can move amongst these categories. But I'm always interested in the external conditions that could move organizations from, for instance, one quadrant to the other. And I was specifically struck by your notion about that entrepreneurship can, in fact, has to happen in times of flux and crises. And I was just wondering if anybody had done any empirical work to actually chart or trace the frequency of entrepreneurial action, either company startups or entrepreneurial activity in periods of flux versus periods of stasis? Because you can imagine that the need is greatest in periods of flux, but the resources might be more forthcoming in periods of stasis. And of course, one of the definitions, one of the characteristics that you laid out of the entrepreneurship is being able to work when the resources aren't available. So I was just wondering if we have any data or sense about when entrepreneurial activity is higher.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Mercatus quote that I shared earlier is derived from some of their own research. And they've got a small group of folks very interested in social entrepreneurship. However, much of the published research, of course, as we all know, the research gets published with a lag. First, you have to recognize that there's been a problem, and then you have to recognize that folks may be only now beginning to react to the problem. Then you've got to find out who they are, survey them, get information from them, observe them, whatever ways in which the data is collected, then write that up and then submit that for publication, and so on and so on. So there is that inevitable lag. So what we are actually seeing now, at least in my experience, and I invite others who may have seen beyond what I've seen, are some of the reactions to the 06, 07, 08, 09 mega recession and how organizations reacted to that. There is a body of literature within the economic strategy area, which says that instances like that are when organizations take advantage of having deep pockets and seek to gain a strategic advantage over those who don't have deep pockets. The message being that you should be working on deepening your pockets as you go, so that when these events occur, you're positioned to take advantage of them. And that taking advantage may mean setting aside time to enlarge, to engage, to move your markets from one place to another, to expand your markets, to find new sourcing opportunities, and so on. And when you're in a market pause, that might be a good time to do so. And so the recession of the noughts, of the 2000 noughts, was a market pause, and some organizations came out of that much sweeter than others. And we are seeing a market pause now, of course. And there are some newsworthy specific actions being taken. Whether those will last, of course, is yet to be seen. And I'm not aware of a great deal of research being done. There are some things starting to show up in the lists of the National Bureau of Economic Research, which gives us an advanced peek at some of the things that are happening. But the NBER research projects have not been peer reviewed, so they are still very early in the process of gaining broad applicability, broad access, and broad validity. I saw Sal. Is your hand still up? Yes.
Yeah. Similar thread here with Ricky's comments. You mentioned earlier that often entrepreneurship emerges due to crisis, out of necessity. So what insights do you have as to whether organizations in a post-crisis will continue those ideas and activities, with the understanding that out of necessity does not necessarily mean most desirable or most effective? So what do you see as the most significant factors as to whether they continue or revert back to what they were doing in a pre-crisis environment?
Yeah, so that's an excellent question, and it triggers it triggers at least two responses. One is a reminder that there are lots of folks out there who may be behaving entrepreneurially, but they're working in that uncertain environment, and lots of entrepreneurship fails. Those are the ones that don't get mentioned as guides to how to handle a crisis. and is the fact that lots of entrepreneurial efforts don't work out very well is another cautionary note about having deep pockets to help draw upon when you're in those circumstances. And I think that you've raised an interesting research question. My own experience is that the organizations that I'm familiar with, and the one which we will all share together at the end of our time today, it's an organization that sort of accidentally became entrepreneurial, driven in part by external pressures, but they have continued to be entrepreneurial. But once that sort of took root and began to grow, it became an ongoing attribute of the organization. And I think that's what organizations seek to achieve. And without getting too far ahead of where we are, making that successful doesn't mean that you have an entrepreneurial person, say, as your CEO, although there at least one organization that we'll look at briefly does have such, well, two actually, have very entrepreneurial, by all the definitions that we've used, CEOs who are the drivers of the entrepreneurial success. But some of them have just managed to come up with they found themselves needing to be entrepreneurial to succeed. It took root, and they have grown organically as entrepreneurial organizations. So I think we're probably going to find that it's all over the map. There are some which have entrepreneurially succeeded in response to a crisis, which then revert to business as usual. They probably don't come much to our attention. And I'll be watching the 5 or 6 organizations that I'll walk us through at least briefly later on to see if they were able to sustain their efforts. They are momentarily, at least, entrepreneurial. But one of the telling factors is that for literally years and years and years of operation, there was nothing entrepreneurial about them at all. And suddenly something transpired. Dennis.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Ricky asked a really interesting question I've been sort of thinking about in terms of case studies and that I've done in the past, and and some of the things that are happening now. I'm almost tempted to say, sort of thinking back, I did a bunch of case studies, kind of around the late 1970s, middle 1970s, just to date myself. And, it seemed like a lot of those were people that were sort of frustrated, either in a given industry or even within a given organization, not being happy with the way things were being done and trying to break out. It was more of, kind of, a traditional individual entrepreneurship, trying to set up and do something new. When I think about what's happening now, though, with, the onset of crises from the pandemic and the recession, a lot of that activity, I think, is focused inside organizations, just trying to figure out how to do things differently in order to have the organization, thrive and survive. And so, maybe there's a correlation between, what you classified as entrepreneurship and external entrepreneurship, and how that matches the circumstances of the times. But I think both kinds go on, and maybe we get different kinds of entrepreneurship in a time of more a time of stasis versus a time of turbulence.
Absolutely, and Dennis didn't mention this, but harking back to that era of the 70s is when Dennis published a very insightful and book that's sort of a precursor to what we now know as social entrepreneurship, and it's kind of looking at innovative nonprofit organizations and establishing a framework for that. drawing upon that body of organizations that you became familiar with to produce those insights. And I guess we continue to do that. And so whether from a sociologically perspective, we may be looking at the same organizations that an economist looks at, we have a little different take on it. And one of the nice things is that we've learned from each other. There is a lot of organizational economics that is owed to insights from sociologists and political scientists, for that matter. And you may recognize some of this when we get inside the organizations and look at those structures. Other thoughts? Okay, then we're going to introduce the first of these tools that we'll be taking a look at and digging into more deeply. And since I tinkered with this tool fairly recently and failed to include a couple of the pieces of tinkering into the staging of the slide, you'll see a couple of things up front that should be elsewhere in the sequencing, but I'll be talking about some concepts that are familiar to economists that I'd like to share with you and develop familiarity with, the notion of horizontal and vertical boundaries between organizations and groups of organizations. And the mechanism that I'm pinning this on is Porter's 5 forces. And for those of you who are not familiar with Michael Porter, his 5 forces pertain to what he saw. So he took sort of standard microeconomic theory and extracted from that a set of strategic elements that a firm that recognizes their circumstances sufficiently can employ these strategic concepts to their competitive advantage. So you start with yourself, with an organization that may be your organization or organization that you work with, that you help govern, that currently exists. And that organization, existing service providers, that set of organizations has to operate in the context of potential new providers of services. These are potential threats to the success of the existing providers in seeking funding, in establishing markets, getting market access, competing with suppliers, and so on. So this is something which should be constantly in the mind of existing providers. Existing providers have to be aware of substitute services as well. For example, Dennis mentioned earlier that I have been doing some work in the nonprofit arts area. So an existing dance company has to be concerned with other substitutes for their services, and the substitutes could be other existing dance companies, or it could be, we're increasingly aware that consumers of arts activities are what we call cultural omnivores, that people who like dance typically like opera as well, or typically like classical music as well. And so those are substitutes, and other substitutes may be not for-profit entertainment activities. So you got to be concerned about the bowling alley if you're a dance company. Well, okay, maybe those clienteles don't overlap all that much, but you get the idea. So there are this set of organizations and threats to organizations that I refer to as the competitive environment. And then Porter says there are 2 other broad categories to be concerned with. One of those is your suppliers. So a dance company has to hire dancers. A dance company has to have a performance space. It may not own its own performance space. It has to secure one somewhere, somehow. And those would be examples of sellers or suppliers. And then you have to think in terms of your clients. Sometimes your clients are your buyers. Sometimes they are service recipients, and the funds that are available to service your clients come from third parties, maybe government contracts, maybe funding foundations and the like. And you and your competitive environment compete for all of these. And that horizontal stretch there, I'm calling the value or supply chain. And it was in fact Porter who began introducing these concepts early on. Now, when we get into one of our major topics very, very shortly, we'll take advantage of two additional concepts. It's the two that showed up first on this slide. And that's the boundaries that exist between organizations but in the supply chain here. And the red horizontal line, conveniently enough, is an example of a horizontal boundary. You and your competitors, your rivals, your potential rivals, there are boundaries between your organizations. And the boundaries typically are the legal boundaries that exist. And there are physical boundaries as well. So, but conceptually, these boundaries exist, but they can be breached. And there may be good reason to breach these boundaries, to erase these boundaries. We'll get into that. Then, along the value supply chain, there are vertical boundaries. And these blue lines, these vertical blue lines are the vertical boundaries. So there is a vertical boundary between a dance company and a stage, perhaps, if the dance company does not own its own stage. And there may be reason to breach that boundary as well. So we'll talk about those. And here are the essential attributes of breaching those boundaries. One essential attribute of breaching those boundaries is that the result may be uncertain. And that is, of course, we now have, I hope we've established that that's one of the attributes of becoming an entrepreneur. You're facing into that uncertainty, and breaching these boundaries may be an uncertain prospect. And I'll talk about some negative outcomes of breaching boundaries as we proceed, and at least for one organization, a way of mitigating those negative outcomes. So this is the 5 forces framework. And I don't expect you to pass a rigorous exam on the 5 forces yet, but I invite you to begin letting this become a part of your thinking, and maybe even doing a little bit of work on your own, tracking back. So Michael Porter is the originator of the 5 forces, and you'll find lots of TED Talks, YouTube presentations, and the like, either by or about Porter and his work here. You can also buy his two books, which came out in the early and mid 80s, and which have a lot of, they have retained their applicability. Not everybody can claim that a book that they produce does that. So, questions on the 5 forces at this point, need for clarification. Okay, so I'm going to assume that we're good, at least as far as we've gotten. Let's begin to look beyond. Oh, a couple of other clarifications just for language. We talk usually in this value or supply chain. And let me explain that, by the way, I didn't do that. The value chain is the sequencing of activities that exist within an organization, where an organization is what we would call vertically integrated. Supply chain, and we're hearing a lot about supply chains these days, is between organizations, where one organization is a supplier of another organization. And upstream refers to looking upstream the supply of inputs to the organization, and downstream is looking forward to the provision of services by the organization. Make sense? Okay, I'm seeing a couple of heads nodding, and that's enough for me. Then, taking just a little bit of time to think out loud about this. And some of you are in organizations, some of you study organizations, but let me invite you to try to make some of these concepts as concrete as possible by thinking about your organization, an organization that you work with, or an organization you would like to work with, an organization or more than one organization that you've studied, and so on. How would you characterize your current market? What services do you and your competitors provide? So my example was a dance company. What substitute services would also serve client needs? My example was maybe an opera company or a bowling alley. What as yet unrealized or innovative services would also serve client needs? Maybe there are things that you haven't recognized yet. Maybe and two things about the performing arts. The performing art that has the least participation in the United States of the classic categories is opera. The one that's growing most rapidly is opera. So, an opera very frequently, in fact, in some European companies, and I don't think it's the case in the US, at least not yet, some of the most well-established opera companies have within their boundaries a dance capability. Maybe a dance company could position itself as the go-to dance company for the local opera company. As your unrealized innovative service, well, let's think about this. Can we be an upstream supplier as a dance company to the local opera company? And then who are your primary suppliers? Well, the opera company could think in terms of hiring dancers on an as-needed basis for a particular opera, or they could have an ongoing contractual relationship with a dance company, or they could have a subsidiary that is a dance company. And then finally, can you redefine or relabel your market to foster innovative solutions? And I don't want to steal too much from the case study and that we'll be looking at later, or the presentation that we'll have later on. But what if you redefined your market from a safe shelter for people threatened with harm, so you're a shelter. Redefine yourself as a family violence organization. What are the implications for how you operate, how you structure yourself, for how and to what extent you find a need to innovate and take some new, uncertain, potentially entrepreneurial steps in light of this revised market or revised mission? Okay, makes sense? Then, some of the means of addressing and resolving issues. Under the broad social entrepreneurship bullet, we might have new organizations, new approaches. Under the broad social entrepreneurship bullet, we might have value chain innovations, and I've alluded, and again in the performing arts context, but you could think of a variety of contexts, and we'll see some of those a bit later on. It could be how you produce, how you provide your service. It could be how you distribute or provide access to your service. And value chain innovations, the production process, distribution process, and distribution depends at least in part on where you're located, the access to your clientele. That's part of the thinking as well. Then what organizational changes are appropriate within the social entrepreneurship structure? From collaborations to mergers. And I'm going to introduce two concepts that look alike, look similar, but have very different implications. Scale and scope. And I apologize in advance if you hear too much about scale and scope, but I think that they are important enough that they get built into this presentation in multiple locations. And you'll be hearing a fair amount from me about these items. That's well, I won't give you an advanced definition. We'll get to the definitions, the distinctions between these two. But let me tell you right offhand that what you hear about most, what gets most attention and gets most press, is scale changes, where scale is the overall size of the operation in terms of doing more of its core activity. And an organization is able to do more of its core activity, is able to spread some of its fixed and overhead costs over a greater volume of activity and a greater volume of sales or service provision and so on. And then can be viewed potentially as operating more efficiently, and more efficiency, of course, is one of the piece of the economist's holy grail, where we're using as few resources as possible to achieve a given outcome. So social entrepreneurship is what we hear about most. Social entrepreneurship is the hidden pieces, because this is outside the organization. This is accompanied by press releases. This is inside the organization, and don't hear much about what's taking place in an organization, but I suggest that it potentially has greater impact.
Mel, I keep putting my hand up, but for some reason it keeps disappearing. So two things, if you're interruptible for a moment.
Sure.
One, David Holmes had to check out, and I posted a message that went to everybody. I was just looking to see if he had any takeaways as he departed, and I'll circle back around with him next week. But this might be a question that Ricky covers at the next session on networks, but I'm fascinated by this slide. And there's the individual approach to social entrepreneurship. There's the business approach, I guess, in an institution. There's the policy approach, and then I guess maybe networks. And the way that nonprofits work, sorry, there's the mailman. Those are the dogs. So I'm wondering if you have a view on differences in what social entrepreneurship might look like in each one of those areas. And I'm interested in the policy area because a lot of times economic development policy is focused on existing players and continuing trends that exist. You know, more of what works rather than experimental and innovation. And it just seems that that's such a difficult row to hoe. And did you have a thought on that or an opinion?
Well, let me toss out some additional things to think about. And I know that both Dennis and Ricky have done work on networks and umbrella organizations and the like. So one question that might be worth illustrating, and Ricky, you may have some insights into this. So let's take something like the YWCA. So the YWCA is a nationwide organization. It consists of lots of local chapters. And one of the questions that we might pose from this perspective is, how do we explore entrepreneurship within the YWCA. Is the YWCA itself as an umbrella organization likely to be entrepreneurial? Does it give sufficient space for differential operation to each of the local units so that it could be entrepreneurial in a way that doesn't necessarily reflect the overall policies of the national organization? Are there things that the national organization discovers through experimental entrepreneurship that it then spreads throughout conveys to its chapters, and they can choose whether to adopt them or not? To what extent does the actual location of a specific chapter have an impact on some of its service provision choices? And I choose that one because I've had some conversations with some of the local YWCA personnel, executive. We've gone through a spate of Y executive directors here in the Twin Cities recently, and each of them has had to get up to speed and bring her own perspective, and then fit into the ongoing stream of activities somehow. And the chief YWCA chapter in Minneapolis is located right in downtown Minneapolis. And they, without going too deeply into this, it made sense for the Y at some point to establish childcare provision service for their clients, whether their clients were there for support groups, whether they were there for exercise purposes or what have you. They needed someplace for their children temporarily. Couldn't leave them at home, and there were no other convenient childcare options. So the Y established a childcare capability. Well, since they're right downtown, why limit the use of that to the Y members? Why not make it more generally available? And so it is more generally available to downtown workers with what we'll come to know shortly as a two-part pricing mechanism. There is one fee for members of the organization and a separate fee for non-members of the organization who can use the exact same services with pickup, delivery, and so on. So that's a kind of perspective on the umbrella or network organization. And another piece of that is the extent to which some of these individual organizations may choose to form networks and take advantage of scale options. Now, we'll also look at possibly taking advantage of what I would define, I'm not defining it, I'm passing on the definition that came forth from some very insightful economists who preceded me, but the scope can also be an attribute of a network organization, network in some kind. And then we raise all kinds of additional questions. What does this network look like? Is it a loose network, such as the United Way? Is it a much tighter network, such as the Scouts and the Ys? Are the networks contractually obligated to each other? Is one a subsidiary of another? So there are various legal forms as well, and the organizations have to think about that, which form works best for them. So there, Ricky will be looking at, I'm sure, lots of pieces of this, and may choose whether and to what extent entrepreneurship gets squeezed into thinking about that. But a rich opportunity for learning and application and for research. So did I get close, Stuart, to what you were?
Well, it's complicated, I guess, and of course, I'm thinking about my own situation. So I could spend a lot of time describing it, but I'd rather not. So for now, let's just move on.
Okay, but keep that in mind, and we can also have a private conversation about some of those things as well.
Right.
And by the way, that applies to everybody here. I'm always open to private communication. Okay, so some of the essential contributions that we have inherit from the distinction between scale and scope. Excuse me. We would like to distinguish between what those two concepts are and how they apply, because they are distinct and they both have application. And the application that is most often overlooked is the scope one. And so I will be kind of emphasizing that. We'll get there in part with some illustrations of changes in some organizations and their behavioral choices. We'll look at or at least contend that there would be examples of success as indicated by these two: continued viability of the organization as a result of scale or scope changes, and internal program synergies that make the organization more effective. And then eventually, I like to think that a lot of what we're talking about here, and that what has arisen in the context of other sessions in this series, is implications for public policy. So, as we move toward definitions, what I think most of us have heard is the concept of scaling up. You've got something which seems to be successful, so let's take it to go to scale with it. So scaling up or going to scale are kind of common phrases within our universe. And going to scale or scaling up means that the organization expands by doing more of what it's already doing, taking its core services and expanding those core services in a variety of ways. It may be establishing new outlets for the core services. It may be marketing those core services more vigorously. In any event, it's in the context of the 5 forces, it's extending the horizontal organizational boundaries. So it could be a horizontal merger of 2 organizations that do exactly the same thing, basically, and spreading those fixed and overhead expenses over that extended set of services. But the idea of scope is one that may be still new or new enough for most of us that we don't have a good handle on it. And I begin thinking of scoping up as well as another short-term phrase. But for those of us of a certain age, scoping up has a medical insinuation that is not always that, shall we say, comfortable to dwell on. So I've suggested that scoping out may be a more attractive alternative. And scoping out means that an organization expands by exploiting synergies of related programs and extending its market boundaries, including the horizontal boundaries. I'm sorry, the vertical boundaries of the organization. That value chain, moving up or down the value chain. So, haven't yet defined exactly what this is. So let's begin moving in the direction of defining these two concepts so that we're, again, all speaking roughly the same language. So economies of scale, again, this is the one that's generally more familiar to us. Scale economies occur when an organization realizes lower unit costs due to producing a greater volume of a given product or service. And the realized greater efficiency makes this a generally desirable goal. But you're growing within your existing box. And your existing box can include your rivals. You merge with a rival. You're spreading those fixed and overhead costs over the greater number of service recipients, if we're talking specifically about a non-profit service delivering organization. And we know there has been a lot of this kind of realized economy. So where we go next is the economies of scope. This occurs when a single organization can provide multiple services together. When two single organizations, let me back up, because this isn't stated quite accurately, occur when one or more organizations can provide multiple services together at a lower cost than could a group of single service organizations. And if a single organization can encompass all the activities of multiple single service organizations, then that organization which is able to do that is realizing economies of scope. And so it means reaching outside your box. It means usually reaching somewhere else in the supply chain. It sometimes can mean stepping outside both sets of boxes, both your competitive environment and your supply chain, to be truly innovative. But we don't have as many examples of that, that kind of change. We're not as familiar with that kind of change. And the fact that we don't have as many examples means that we don't really have much of even a conceptual distribution of probabilities of outcome. It's still kind of a black box as I see it, and as I would like to continue to present it as we go. It means embracing alternatives to traditional service delivery through horizontal integration. It can mean embracing supplier, taking in a supplier, vertical integration, but in all cases, realizing some kinds of internal synergies. So, would the dance company, opera company example be an illustration of this? And I'd like to suggest that at least potentially it could be. Are there others that would apply? And we'll look at some specific examples shortly. Dennis.
Well, I mean, I think one, at least in my mind, one classic category is kind of in the social services, where you've got organizations that, you know, try to prevent or mitigate a particular problem, you know, homelessness, drug addiction, or whatever. And then you've got organizations that treat the problems once they occur. And, you know, I think for a long time, there's been some movement in that area to sort of combine these, that you could be more effective if you had under one roof prevention and treatment, so that there could be, you know, appropriate coordination. And I've done a couple of case studies along those lines. So that's, and you know, in that regard, it's, I don't think you necessarily modify the definition, but there's always in mind that when you do something like that, it might not just be solely for lowering costs, but becoming more effective for a given unit cost. I think that's an important nuance to it.
Yeah, it is. And I don't recall that I included that distinction in this presentation. It's in some others. But yeah, if and what Dennis just described is what we might think of as an evolving mission. And I want to distinguish evolving mission from mission creep. Or mission creep has kind of a bad reputation, but evolving mission reflects an organization being sensitive to its environment and the problems to be solved within its environment. And if an organization's mission is, if the problem that's been identified is we have a lot of druggies out there, and we'd like to prevent and discourage drug use, then our organization's mission is prevention of drug abuse, which is an entirely prevention orientation. And as Dennis described, there's an organization across town which would like to, which sees that drug users have health and other issues, health and relationship, et cetera, issues, and they'd like to mitigate those issues that and the impact on loved ones, the rest of society, and so on. And maybe they're not working together at all, and bringing all that together under the one roof. Now, the really good news is we're going to look at it in an organization that did kind of exactly that, and that its mission evolved in response to its realization that there was a multifaceted problem rather than a single problem. And so the mission evolved to address that as distinct from mission creep, which is, well, what are they funding right now? Well, we'll redefine our mission to meet what the funders have decided is the current hot topic. So the innovative, the entrepreneurial or intrapreneurial reaction is one that is not driven by the goals of someone outside. It's one who recognizes a problem and the problem is not being adequately addressed, and that a structural change may be required to address it more adequately. So, excellent point.
Mel, I'd like to just add a comment. Dennis's point about effectiveness for scaling up. In my 20+ years experience, I've only come across one nonprofit, and it's a small one in Decatur, Georgia, that actually made the effort to scale up, but find that sweet spot where the number that they served is actually the tipping point for where they are most effective for the outcomes of their clients. I think most organizations don't do that. I think they scale up because every ED I talk to has this insatiable appetite to want to serve more. I want to serve more. And the critical needs nonprofits, EDs, will even celebrate serving more. So they're celebrating more hungry people, more homeless people, so on and so forth. So I think it's an important point that we need to reflect on and remember that scaling up in the way you mass produce a product, sometimes the quality will go down. And I don't know that every organization consciously looks at that. There are ethical dilemmas in that, well, we can't hold back serving more. They need a service, we got to do it. But I don't think they dive deeper and say, wait a minute, at what point, giving resource dependency in our capacity, are we most effective? Is it serving 54 people? Is it serving 200? So I don't think they have that conversation.
Yeah, I think that's an important conversation that in a way could be built into every single session of this series, where we think in terms of what really is the outcome, what impact are we having, and how do we know we're having that impact, and what's the role of evaluation, and can evaluation capture, and to what extent can it capture both of those attributes of efficiency and effectiveness? And efficiency needs to be, when we're talking about efficiency or lower unit cost, what we don't want to do is achieve lower unit cost at the sacrifice of lower quality or likelihood of desirable outcome. And if we're not measuring our outcome appropriately, we may find ourselves in that trap. Look, we're serving this many more people. Well, what's happening to their average nutrition level in the meantime, as a consequence of our enlarging our scale? What if we enlarge our scope and say that we're going to feed people, but we're also going to try to prevent hunger in the first place? There are the conditions that give rise to the need for our services, maybe even work ourselves out of existence. And I managed not to get back to what I think of is that essential distinction between efficiency and effectiveness, where efficiency can be viewed two different ways. One is the greatest output for a given budget, and the other is the smallest expenditure for a given outcome. And both of those are worth thinking about and looking at and deciding which is the superior measure for your organization at a particular point in time. And that could change over time. Whereas effectiveness basically is, did we achieve what we said we were going to achieve? And I want to be sure that that language does not lead us to think, did we do what we said we were going to do? Well, not as interested in that. We're interested in the impact that we're having. Did we have the impact that we said we were going to have? And that's the effectiveness piece. And we don't know any of those things until we apply the appropriate evaluation techniques, whether it is the financial assessment techniques that apply to the unit costs, whether it is the impact techniques that we would use our evaluation skills. And so being entrepreneurial or intrapreneurial, I suppose, in the back of our brains should entail a willingness to compare before and after efficiencies and effectiveness. And that gets a lot tougher in an organization that is expanding its scope. Now, come back to that. So, anything else on this in this general area? Dennis.
This is a fine point which you'll appreciate. I'm not sure we have to emphasize it, but with economies of scale, it's just it's not simply producing more in the short term to get lower unit costs, but it's actually finding the right scale of the organization. So when you really talk about economies of scale, you're talking about what should your infrastructure be, not just trying to push your current production within the constraints of your current building and so forth, but really what economies of scale are about is how big should your building be altogether.
Yeah, that without thinking too much into economies, that is ECONOMESE. We want to distinguish between operating at a given scale, which means that your physical plant has not changed, and a change in scale, which means that your physical plant or other fixed costs are going to change, and that scale changes are typically thought of as longer term changes as opposed to the short term change of, say, trying to squeeze more people and more programs into an existing size facility. And that is probably unsustainable over the long haul. You do it to meet an immediate need with the expectation that if this need continues at that higher level, then you're going to have to expand your scale, expand your physical plant, expand your rolling stock, more delivery vans, and so on. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, so how do we go about achieving these things? And here's some alternative means to scaling up. We have the organic growth in the existing service area, and we grow to meet that organic growth. And our current programming expands. And we, in the long run, accommodate, now that we have this concept just recently introduced, we meet that by expanding our operating capability overall. Or we have de novo entry, new entry into a new service area where we replicate our existing programs. We may merge with similar organizations in existing or new service areas. A local example of that from where I sit here in the Twin Cities, we have tended to have a Twin Cities chapter of a few things, but we very often have the Minneapolis chapter and the St. Paul chapter of various kinds of organizations, service delivery, and so on. Whereas it would make much more sense to have a Twin Cities chapter of such and so. So for a while, Lutheran Social Services operated in Minneapolis and operated in St. Paul. Catholic Relief Services operated in Minneapolis, operated in St. Paul. And it was a part of, it reflected the existing separateness of the two cities and sort of an intentional separateness and kind of a rivalry between the two cities. Well, we know that that puts limits to both our efficiency and our effectiveness, because our services may be confined to one city or the other, but our clientele are not. They move back and forth, and I've moved back and forth twice between Minneapolis and St. Paul. It's easy to do. So and of course, if you're a service recipient in Minneapolis under a Minneapolis only delivery circumstance, and you move to St. Paul, you have to start all over again, establishing those relationships. But if it is a Twin Cities wide effort, or even a metropolitan area wide effort, then you don't have to start all over again, either in the delivery of service or receipt of services. Okay, so that addresses the service area issue, and literally that will be an example that we'll be looking at for the end of our time today. Alternative means to scoping out. Again, de novo entry of complementary or synergistic program in the existing service area, or merging with an existing organization that provides that programming, that synergistic programming. And we want to go beyond just these labels to look at examples to make it more concrete for us. But a few observations on mergers. And certainly we can always start up something, but and folks do that all the time. You see an opportunity, you start up something new, and then it gets a lot of press. What doesn't get the press is the fact that so many of those go out of existence pretty quickly after they start, in the nonprofit sector as well as in the for-profit sector. So let's think a little bit more deeply about mergers and merger opportunities and merger implications. So I'm suggesting now, and it's pretty clear that I'm suggesting that this is a possible entrepreneurial or intrapreneurial choice, that scale or scope changes can be achieved through mergers. What we know from the literature is that a quarter of nonprofits historically over a relatively long period of time have considered mergers, and fewer of them actually achieve them. Some try and fail to achieve. Some achieve and then fail as a result of that, because of some of the reasons that we'll be taking a look at. But it's not a frequent thing. Most of our knowledge of these failures are case study, they are comparative, they are process oriented. And one of the reasons for that is because it's awfully difficult to establish rules of what works and what doesn't work when you have, first of all, a fairly limited percentage that engage in mergers. That when there are mergers, they are very different types of organizations. And it's tough to compare, say, a nonprofit arts organization merger to a nonprofit human service delivery organization merger and say what worked. Why didn't they both succeed? This one succeeded, that one didn't. Well, there are two types of very different types of organizations with different missions and different organizational structures. Where one is, for example, is what we would call a social enterprise. The nonprofit arts almost always are social enterprises. And the human service delivery organizations are almost never social enterprises, where you charge a fee for service. So we're a little bit constrained in our ability to develop a large analyzable database around that. And then there is usually, in studying these mergers, not a huge amount of attention given to the distinction between the scale and scope economies that may be either intended or resulting, or both, or sometimes neither of those. Okay, so just some general observation from what we know at this stage.
Excuse me, Mel.
Yeah.
Quick question. Do we have any data information on how often the scale and scope are the reasons for nonprofits merging? We know there are other reasons that, you know, we can pick, but do we know how often that is the impetus for the merger?
You know, I don't think we do.
Okay, I didn't think so either, but I figured I'd ask.
Yeah, I don't think we've had enough enough opportunities to dig into that, and we bump into that non-comparability as an inhibiting factor, and that leaves us then with lots and lots of case studies. And what we know, I mean, a case study is an elaborate anecdote, and what those of us who study this know is that data is not the plural of anecdote. But sometimes we're stuck with anecdotes and case studies that illustrate our concepts without being able to track and easily compare the efficacy of those alternatives in practice. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't begin to look more closely at that, but I'm myself not immediately aware of any of those efforts ongoing. But I see Dennis's hand up again.
Well, yeah, it kind of relates to this point and also the last bullet on your last slide. You know, I think some of these mergers probably have elements of both economies of scale and economies of scope. You know, I'm thinking again in the social services, you got some very large organizations that grew large by essentially combining many different organizations that were out there providing different kinds of services. So you had that scope idea, you know, particularly the notion of prevention and treatment, combining those. But ultimately, you know, some very large organizations came out of that, like the Family and Children's Services in Cleveland, or Jewish Family and Jewish Prevention and Family Services, whatever it is, in New York and so forth, which in some sense, they're taking advantage of economies of scale as well, because they're able to do a lot of their infrastructure, you know, much more efficiently, their management. So you know, in terms of motivation, probably both things, you know, are present in a lot of cases, and whatever savings and increases in effectiveness are probably due to both effects as well. I don't know if anybody's ever tried to kind of disentangle all that.
Yeah, I think that's probably a worthwhile intent, is to dig in and disentangle. And I suspect that some of the consequences are almost accidental, that there will be a merger with scale intent and some scope outcomes happen unexpectedly, and only in retrospect do we even realize that has happened, and only sometimes when somebody like us begins to dig into it and uncover those. And of course, it goes without saying that sometimes those things happen, and the language that describes it is not part of the organization's operating language. Whether it's scope, and I use synergies often as a kind of more popular synonym for scope economies, that do we have those synergies? And this is something else that can happen in an organization. And we may hear something about that. If you have a multi-programmatic organization, and so just to use Dennis's example of the drug prevention and cure, and they're competing internally for budget allocation. So the prevention unit wants more of the budget, and the let's cure the problem or prevent the problem wants more of the budget. And so sometimes the question has to be, are they at loggerheads with each other? How do they find the right budget allocation that maximizes the likelihood of success overall for the organization and for the benefit for the social impact? And I think that that's another piece which we don't give as much attention to, but it's one that certainly occurs to us. Okay, then I'd like to just look at a few other attributes of merger. The risk for benefit, the cost of a merger can exceed the benefits, and there are costs, and we'll talk about some of the costs a bit later on. There is what's known as a winner's curse. And the winner's curse typically applies to the for-profit merger sector, but what we know from research that's been done by financial studies in that sector, in the for-profit sector, is that mergers and acquisitions are beset by what's known as the winner's curse. That what may happen is that the announcement of a merger gives rise to an increase in shareholder value of the acquiring organization, a decrease in the value of the acquired organization, and an overall reduction in value of the organization, even after the merger has taken place or the acquisition has taken place. And the winner's curse applies in lots of auction settings. Now, we don't find that happening necessarily in the nonprofit sector, but it's at least something to be aware of, that there can be a downside that we haven't anticipated. And one of the questions is how do we avert those downside results? So mergers can destroy value, and they can fail to achieve their intended purposes for a variety of reasons. And that in part because they're risky and complex. Especially in the nonprofit sector, it's hard to define success measures. And if you have multiple units within the organization contributing to those success measures, which ones get the most credit? And how do you sort out which ones get the credit there? And I'm probably going to hear much more from me about that, but it's something that organizations that I've worked with struggle with a whole lot. Do we budget for the errors in our expectations, and have we planned effectively, and are we able to deal with the unexpected consequences? And then there are very often unintended consequences or results, whether it's ultimate failure of the entire organization, whether it is an organization that spins apart again when they realize that their merger hasn't been successful, or is there failure within the organization to have the personnel on hand who can deal with issues that can arise? And I'll just take an example of that. I'll take two examples of that. And again, with my apologies, they both come from the performing arts. The Minnesota Orchestra has its own performance hall. And it has a staff on hand to schedule activities in that performance hall. And some of the activities in that performance space are not necessarily overall compatible with the orchestra's mission. I'll give you a sub-example. The first place I ever saw Jerry Jeff Walker perform was in Orchestra Hall in Minneapolis. And there's nobody on earth who would think of going to Orchestra Hall to see Jerry Jeff Walker if he hadn't actually been there. And for those of you who are not familiar with Jerry Jeff Walker, the word outlaw is most generally applied to him. And by comparison, the St. Paul Chamber Orchestra just across town on the other side of the river does not own its performance space. It rents performance space, has a long-term contract with one provider, has short-term contracts with other providers all around the Twin Cities area. So they don't need to have a building management and maintenance capability. Well, Minnesota Orchestra may have discovered after the fact that they needed that capability, and that building's an expensive place to maintain. And without effective capability, the consequences could be dire, and that's exactly what happened to a Tony Award winning theater in the Twin Cities. They won the regional Tony And within 2 years, they were out of business because they couldn't manage their own performing space. There were some other problems too, but that was a significant piece of it. Okay, so it can be a bit of a challenge. Dennis.
Unmute myself here. Yeah, I mean, just a couple of comments for the examples that you gave. One source, I'm not sure I'd call it motivation, but one circumstance that invites entrepreneurship is this idea of organizations that have assets that are not fully utilized, underutilized. So, you know, for an orchestra, there are large periods of time, if it owns a performance hall, that performance hall would not be used for the orchestra. And so that, you know, an entrepreneurial approach would say, hey, you know, we've got an asset here that we can really use to generate either further mission related benefits or at least financial benefits. And I think we see that often as a kind of a basis for entrepreneurial activity. So that's one point. The other point, which is kind of a question related to the theme of what we're trying to do here, and I'd certainly be interested in your take on it, Mel. You know, what happens after a merger to whatever organizational slack, you know, ability to, you know, a margin for you know, reacting to a crisis situation or, you know, difficult circumstances. What happens to that margin of slack when organizations merge? I mean, because, you know, often the motivation for a merger is to become more efficient, which means using your resources in a little bit more tightly defined measure. Does that leave you more or less vulnerable in the future when you need some margin of slack to be able to you know, react to a crisis? I don't think we know the answer to it, and I also don't think that the classical treatment or even the managerial, you know, the management science or the consultant management science, you know, knowledge that we have about mergers, even in the nonprofit sector, you know, kind of address this issue. So how do we relate all this to, you know, to the resilience question, the long-term resilience of an organization? Does it become more resilient by merging and becoming larger and maybe having a little bit more wiggle room that way, or does it, you know, or does it trim away, you know, some of the slack that the unmerged organizations had before?
Yeah, so let me give you an example of an organization that did a great job of addressing that, even though it did not succeed over the long haul. And it was another performing arts organization. And they decided that they would that to have control over their, and they had been an itinerant organization. They had rented performing space all over town, which means that their clientele never knew quite where to find them for any particular performance. You had to pay very close attention to the announcements of performance and so on to know where they were going to be performing, and even whether it was in Minneapolis or St. Paul or a suburb. And their performing space is kind of all over the place here. So there was a movie theater that was closing in Northeast Minneapolis, and they thought, well, how about if we acquire this movie theater, fix it up, and that becomes our permanent performing space. So this is another small dance company, and they did that. But they did something kind of interesting to give themselves a bit of slack. So one of the issues can be, of course, that when you have two separate functions within an organization, one of them is performing and the other is space management. There you have the issues that arose earlier, but what if one of those goes under? Does it take the other one with it? Yes, it does, if there's not enough slack, as we understand it, within the organization. So what they did was establish two separate 501c3s. The dance company was one, the performance space was the other. They had the same boards, they had the same executive director, but they were separate 501c3s. So if one goes under, the other theoretically could still survive. And that is an option that might be appealing to a number of organizations, that your performance, that your space have one legal structure and that your function have another legal structure. And I don't know that it would apply in a human service delivery situation quite as well, but it does give you the chance, say, to sell the space without having to have the organization go out of existence. And the sales revenues, of course, then accrue to the performing organization or the operating organization. But that particular organization ceased to exist, even though I thought that was a clever solution to the threat of having to manage your own space. And what if it didn't succeed? The organization would not have existence because the chief artistic officer and choreographer became ill and could no longer function. And his vision was the driving vision of the organization. And that was the end of that. And they then sold all that to another local Twin Cities performing organization, which is in fact a theater company, which did not establish two separate 501c3s, but has been extremely successful so far. Anyway, that's just one response that the concept of organizational triggers for me, because I did a little case study of that with employing the Slack concept. But more generally, that's certainly something that would fit into this unintended consequences bullet point. Okay, so yeah, Dennis.
Yeah, I mean, that case is interesting, and I think it's maybe more general than you're describing. Yeah, you know better about this than I do, but you know, one of the things that's happened in the arts over, I mean, I don't know, it's been the last 20 years or so, is kind of a separation from the management of space question from the performance question. So, you know, we've had the emergence of these performing arts centers. I mean, a lot of cities have them. I mean, we have one in Cleveland. I know that there's one in Boston. There's probably a lot of them that don't themselves. I guess some of them have closely affiliated performing companies, but the actual companies are separate from the space. So you've got economies of scale in managing the space because that organization can bring in lots of different possible performing organizations and individuals to make sure that that space is used a much larger percentage of the time. And at the same time, the performing arts, the actual performance organizations aren't saddled with, you know, the large fixed costs of having to maintain a facility and the possibility of getting in trouble when you can't, you know, you can't perform, you still have to cover those fixed costs. So yeah, I think that's a really interesting area for illustrating these things.
Well, you could probably expect more inquiry into that by a number of what we call ourselves now as cultural economists. Thank you for that. And I'm well aware that it is noon your time, and the question is whether to, at what point do we want to take a little bit of downtime? What I propose, I guess, is maybe another 15 minutes and see if we can move sufficiently toward wrapping up the presentation, the morning presentation part of this, and then taking some sustenance, a sustenance break during which you might take a look at the case study, And then we'll return from the case study, return to the case study for some conversation before Jen Polzin joins us a bit later on. Does that seem workable? Okay, then moving toward developing an organizational culture of intrapreneurship or entrepreneurship. And Scott Adams has provided us a framework where culture is the set of explicit and implicit expectations of behavior within the organization. And if it's either explicit or implicit expectations, how do we communicate those expectations? And how do we reward the behavior that results from that? And at this point, we'll introduce the organizational architecture concept. And it's sometimes known as the 3 legs of the stool. And the presumption is that all these legs have to be there or the whole concept doesn't work. So we'll go through these 3 legs. I'll say a few words about each of them, and we'll see if we can't apply some of this subsequently. So the first thing is, who gets to make what kinds of decisions in the organization? And this gets to be important if those decision rights entail some utilization or some obligation of organizational budgetary capacity. So organizational resources will be utilized. And clearly within any organization, there's a fair amount of competition for those resources. That those of us who are in academe know that different departments apply to submit proposals, budgetary proposals to the dean. The deans of the colleges submit those to the VP for academic affairs, and so on. And then the power of allocating that budget gives a great deal of voice and influence to the person in charge. Okay, so who gets to make those decisions? Well, you want to be sure that people are making those decisions well. And so we evaluate the performance. At the organizational level, the governing board evaluates the performance. At the unit level, the CEO evaluates the performance. At the individual level, the individual's manager evaluates the performance. And then we want to be sure to encourage continued effective use of those decision rights. So based on the performance evaluation, we provide incentive compensation. So the 3 major bullets here are the 3 legs of the stool: the assignment of decision rights, evaluation of performance, and incentive compensation. Now, the first 2 of those are very likely to exist within any organization, including the nonprofit sector. Who gets to make what kinds of decisions from the board on down to the person boots on the ground. Performance evaluation, not always done especially well, but it typically is an expectation within the organization, including performance evaluation of the whole organization in terms of its community impact. Not every governing board knows how to do that or is willing to do that, but that's a tale for another session. But the incentive compensation is not a piece customarily of the nonprofit sector, and we might want to consider whether and to what extent it needs to be a piece of the nonprofit sector, since so much of nonprofit engagement is alleged to be mission commitment, belief in the mission. And if we're achieving the mission, if I'm making a contribution to that mission attainment, maybe that is sufficient compensation for me, and I'm being lauded by my peers and my boss, and I feel empowered within the organization. But these are the three things, and we'll try to make this work in its application to organizational culture. So the architecture and culture. So these are questions raised at the moment. To what extent do we empower individuals and units to think and act entrepreneurially within the organization? And whether that's top down or bottom up. Is the governing board in full agreement with being entrepreneurial, taking some chances, stepping into the utter unknown, and in fact, encouraging that? Is the person boots on the ground empowered to make suggestions that trickle up the organizational hierarchy as opposed to trickling down the hierarchy? Is the seat of entrepreneurial thinking in the executive director's office? And the executive director, the driver of that. And is the governing board okay with the executive director having that much power? Can entrepreneurial thinking be a part of the evaluation criteria? And entrepreneurial success be part of the reward criteria, without entrepreneurial failure being part of a punishment criteria. So those are some questions that can be at the back of our brains. And so I'm going to go kind of quickly through this next piece here, which is going to be walking us through some illustrative examples, and that will then get us to our sustenance break, I believe. So here are the organizations that we'll be taking a look at. And the organization's name, a brief, few-word description of the organization, and an indication of the organization's budget out here. The reason for this indication of the organization's budget is to remind us that an organization doesn't have to be huge. It can be relatively small and still be entrepreneurial. So Urban Ventures is a mini conglomerate, and we'll see the components of that. Mixed Blood Theater is a theater which has as its mission a more just society. St. Paul Chamber Orchestra, classical music. Merrick Inc., another mini conglomerate, kind of like Urban Ventures. Common Bond Communities, some of you may be familiar with Common Bond, builds and operates housing services and provides complementary services. And then Tubman, which is the focus of our case study and our presentation a bit later on. And you see that the budgets are kind of all over the place, and you would expect with their huge fixed plant operation that Common Bond Communities is going to have a pretty good sized budget, but a modest sized community theater, not as big. But all of them have been lauded locally as being entrepreneurial. So looking at each of them in a little bit more depth with my assessment of what is the entrepreneurial driver in each of these. Urban Ventures, and I give the URL for each of these if it should capture your imagination, want to read more deeply. The mission statement kind of gets at why they are a multi-programmatic organization. I called it a mini conglomerate. Educating kids, strengthening their families, building a healthy community. In other words, solve all the world's problems. But there are program components that address each of these. Supporting statements from within the organization: break the cycle of poverty by sending every child in our neighborhood to college. Every child in our neighborhood to college. Holistic growth. Cradle to career pipeline of support. Okay, so your first reaction and mine might be, can you possibly bite off more than you can chew in this? And some of the innovations, this holistic approach, the realization that there are synergies kind of across the board doing all these things. If you're educating kids, there's an overlap into strengthening their families. If you're strengthening their families, there's an overlap into building a healthy community, which overlaps with educating kids. So there are at least synergistic opportunities. Do they achieve it? And that's yet another question. And so far, everybody agrees that they're pretty darn good. Entrepreneurial driver is the organizational culture. They do make a lot of effort to build a supportive culture throughout the organization. Mixed blood theater, mission statement, using theater to disrupt injustices, advance equity, build community, inspire the global village, create ripple effects of social change. So they're located in what's called the West Bank of Minneapolis, but it looks like the global village is their goal. So why not? As long as we've got one organization that may be biting off more than it can chew, why not two? And their innovations include what's called what they call radical hospitality, which means a zero price for a certain number of their seats for each performance. You've got to apply, and it helps. They don't ask questions whether it's justified. If you apply in advance for a free seat, you get it. They have a strong community engagement. They're located in a community that has evolved over the years. It's been up, it's been down, and it's kind of down at the moment. But they've stayed right there in the same location. Entrepreneurial driver, their founding CEO, and as a result of his efforts, an existing organizational culture, and the CEO is about to retire, and there's a lot of speculation in this area about what the culture will succeed in. St. Paul Chamber Orchestra, sustain a world-class chamber orchestra at the highest standards of artistic excellence, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Committed to accessibility and intentional inclusivity. Now, these are new elements of their mission statement. Provide all people in our community. That's a new element in their mission statement. Their innovations, they have multiple sites where they perform, multiple communities throughout the area, and they have neighborhood partnerships and for all of those, and they rent the space. They have what we now know is two-part pricing. They sell memberships. This two-part pricing is classic for museums and the like, but it's a little bit unusual for performing arts. You buy a membership, and that gives you a chance to buy a deeply discounted seat for a concert. And then they've developed, and this is a consequence, of course, of the pandemic, a new on-demand concert library. Entrepreneurial driver is shared throughout the organization, but the somewhat unusual piece is that it is intensively supported by the musicians. And sometimes the musicians are the last to sign on with something like this, but in the Twin Cities, in both our major orchestras, the musicians are a driving force. The Merrick Inc. organization to empower adults with disabilities through vocational and social opportunities, guide them toward realizing their goals and dreams. So their focus is empowering adults. And they have multiple program areas, but they have found ways to generate scope economies. They're located in a suburb of the Twin Cities, and it is a suburb that is not directly on any major transportation routes. And they have clientele that are scattered throughout the Twin Cities. So they developed a transportation capability. They have a fleet of vans that travel throughout the Twin Cities and bring people to and from the job. Well, there are several other organizations, most of them for-profit organizations in the same general vicinity. So, as it might not surprise you, they provide that service to those organizations as well, which not everybody would see that opportunity. The strong CEO saw that opportunity, implemented it, and they are doing other things as well. And as an outsourcing contractor, They work with a lot of other organizations in the Twin Cities to provide inputs to those organizations, whether it is or other outputs from those organizations, such as a recycling service to those organizations. So just lots of interactions. And one person has been the driving force. The staff follow his lead. And of course, it's, when you have one person who's the driving force, you wonder how long will they succeed. And that moves us then to common bond communities, building affordable houses and thriving communities with a lot of interrelated program. Housing construction, rental and support services, and then, how about all these other things? Building affordable homes, addressing housing insecurity, but to enable people to succeed in those affordable homes, providing education services, health and wellness services, and community building services. And it is a culture that exists throughout the organization. Finally, and in preparation for a case study, Tubman, which has undergone some labeling changes over the years and may again do so. Safety, hope, and healing, the heart of their mission. 5 distinct program areas, and I won't get into those right now. We will get into those in the case study and in the presentation later on when we interact with Jen Polzine. And so we'll now take a look at the case study to just get a sense of what we're going to be experiencing more deeply later on. So at this point, we will, with a slight delay, stop. Jen is actually going to join us in about sometime within the next hour, but we'll have had a chance to read, grab a bite to eat, something to sip on, and have a conversation about the case study. But before we break up, to accommodate all those things, let's do 2 things. One, any lingering questions that will move us into the next stage? Hearing or seeing none, then let's agree on a reconvening time. How about, so it's 20 minutes after the hour right now. How about reconvening at 10 minutes until the hour? Would that work, Stuart?
All right, so that would be on my clock, 12:50.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we'll come back at 12:50. And I'm going to pause the recording.
My first question is, can you all see the screen share?
Yep, it's on the Tubman slide.
Yeah. The case study of Tubman, yeah. Now, let me ask if you can see the change in the screen share.
Still looking at the PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, no change.
Okay, so it's still the case study.
It's still the Tubman slide with their website.
Right, safety, hope, healing slide.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I'm 2 beyond that actually. So I may have gotten myself into the same issue that Elizabeth helped me get out of earlier.
I think she said if you get out of your screen share and then restart it.
Okay. Did you see anything change?
Yep, case study of Tubman, introduction and discussion.
Okay, now let me also see if we can track to a new slide. Did that change?
Yep.
Great. We're good. Well, we're good as far as that goes. So my rereading of the case study turned up one editing error, but it's a minor thing. It's just a sentence that peters out and goes nowhere. So let me begin by inviting any questions of clarification regarding the case study.
Mel, there didn't seem to be any budget size data or comparable data between the two. Was that, is the second organization the St. Paul one, a smaller one, a grassroots one, as compared to the first?
You are exactly right. Tubman, and of course, if you compare the dollar figures for Tubman that are in this case study to the dollar figure for Tubman on the previous slide, Tubman has grown hugely, and some of that has been through the mergers, but a lot of it has been organic growth as well. So it's a much larger organization, and it was significantly larger than Chrysalis. And one of the reasons the budget information is not there is that when we begin putting together the case study, the Chrysalis information had been moved from it, so there were no electronic records remaining. All of the annual reports had been moved to someone's garage, which is never a safe environment for anything. And they did not survive the move. And so our reluctant decision was, in fact, we tried, and there's a little bit in the source of this case study where we tried to come up with some output versus cost figures, and we just didn't have enough of either of those, and especially for the Chrysalis records, because they had been so damaged or destroyed in the process. And this, of course, is one of the things that, and by the way, by the time we were developing this, all the other sources, I suppose we could probably dig much deeper and find some lingering traces of their 990s, but usually you only have the last 3 years of 990s publicly available. And they had been out of existence for more than 3 years. So yeah, it is a shortcoming, but I can let you know that Tubman was substantially larger, and it's larger than any of its merging partners. Other questions? So why don't we take at least a little bit of time to walk through the questions that I have supplied here, keeping in mind that a little bit of this will be left for you folks to consider on your own, and in particular that last question, number 6. But for our joint effort and looking specifically at the Chrysalis merger, question 1, does this seem to be more a vertical or more horizontal integration?
This is Anna. I'll jump in here. I can actually see a little bit of components of both, because if we look at those 5 forces, the graphic that you provided, it is quite horizontal in many ways, because Chrysalis did work casually, informally with the Tubman Center in the past. So they kind of are on that same level. But for Chrysalis specifically, I see a little bit of vertical because they could get the potential new providers and services out of it. And this is somewhat similar to an experience I had with an organization years ago. I was at a smaller organization that concentrated solely on providing foster care services and therapy for foster care kids. So it was very focused on that. And a much larger organization here locally that provided those services, and in addition, many other human social services, was keenly interested in our organization. They eventually acquired the organization where I was, and virtually 98% of the staff at my former organization were just let go because of redundancy. And so that's one question I would have in this too, is what happened to the employees as they merged? Were there redundancies and layoffs?
Yeah, actually, there were not immediately any redundancies or layoffs, but there were some discharges subsequently, but for reasons unrelated to the merger size and overlap. So there was virtually no overlap in the sense of, and there were some program areas that Tubman offers that Chrysalis doesn't offer. And Chrysalis's main program area, the counseling, at the time, there was no capability at all at Tubman for that. So let me kind of walk through some pieces of your question and your answer as well. I think you are right. There are, or what? And I say you're right. Now that I've poisoned the well, let me before I poison it any further, let me invite anybody else to say whether you have any thoughts about whether this is horizontal, vertical, etc. So if it is a horizontal merger, crossing some of those horizontal lines, and if Tubman is in the center box there, where would Chrysalis have been?
Well, it's a pseudo competitor, so I could see it in the substitute services environment, the competitive environment.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. That at least to some extent, the two can be viewed as competitors. You could either, I mean, you could do both clearly, but you could either seek short-term housing or other programming options at Tubman, or you could seek counseling services at Chrysalis, and to some extent regard them as substitutes for each other. If you got the one, maybe you wouldn't need or regard yourself as needing the other. So yes, they are, at least to some extent, substitutes or rivals. And then the vertical piece of that, if Tubman feels some of their clients would benefit from counseling, they would have to outsource that prior to the merger. Once the merger takes place, they have a staff internally capable of providing that. So yeah, a little bit of both. I guess my sense of it is that it's a bit more vertical than horizontal, but elements of both. Does that seem to be in accord with other folks' reading of this?
Yeah, I think so, Mel, but how about the idea that Tubman, I mean, Chrysalis might be a feeder for Tubman in terms of clientele, that, you know, they might encounter people with problems that could then be better or additionally served by Tubman.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So that's also, I guess, horizontal, but it's the left box rather than the right box or something.
Yeah. So it would be along that horizontal line, but it would be a vertical relationship, and so that both are, in Dennis's sense, each is in the other's supply chain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess it goes both ways. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, they likely had shared clients, you know, overlapping client and suppliers prior to the merger.
Yeah, and I don't know the extent to which there was the client-based overlap, but there certainly was overlap and opportunities to serve.
Were
clients.
the boards completely separate? Were there any common board members to both organizations?
Not only am I unaware of any common board members, I was actually on the Tubman board at the time this merger took place. And my responsibilities, as tends to be my usual responsibility on boards, were evaluation and strategic planning. And so that was a perspective that I took, and to the extent that that I'm aware, there was no overlap, which was itself a subsequent issue. The board cultures were very, very different. And as long as we have that on the table, and this might be a piece of one of the questions here, sources of uncertainty for a merger. If the organizational cultures are incompatible, or at least not wholly compatible, is that a source of uncertainty about the outcome?
Well, I know in the example I provided, that was a lot of the issue of the employee departures, was that we were a much smaller organization. We had a revenue, and this was back in 2015. So it's a while back, but our gross budget was 6 million. And I think the absorbing agency was about 40 to 50 million. So it was substantially larger. And therefore, just on that scale alone, the culture was necessarily different. And the board issue was a big one for us as well, because we had no common board members. And the board culture was very different from one organization to another. It was a very, very rough acquisition. There was a lot of fallout from it, not only just in the people who had worked there, but in providing client services.
Yeah, I think that, and let me just draw your attention to one of the organizational architecture pieces that would have differed. And that is that as the case states, the Chrysalis business model, as it were, was fee-based. And it says with a sliding scale, and we economists call that price discrimination. So they had different prices for different clients based upon some of the client attributes. But since it was fee-based, does that imply any kind of basis for performance evaluation? Anybody a thought?
So you're suggesting that, maybe there was kind of a profit-related criterion associated with one of the organizations that might not carry over to the other.
Well,
Yeah.
the one that's fee-based, it's in their best interest to increase clients, right?
Yeah.
So I could see that their evaluations would be tied to bringing in additional revenue.
Yeah, and that was a significant piece of Chrysalis' expectation of their staff.
Mel, isn't it true though that can get a little messy if the service delivery is driven by accreditation? Because then there's another layer of accountability. You may want to generate as many clients as possible to get the fee revenue, but how you deliver that service, and even maybe in some cases the number of how many people you serve, may be driven by your accrediting body's guidelines.
Yeah. Now, because Chrysalis was providing a potentially covered service by insurance, there were insurance companies involved as well. So there were often third-party payers here for the fee, obviously. But that doesn't change the fundamental assessment potential that I see your cats like ours. In terms of that standard. So here is another aspect of it, and how many clients, how much you charge, and how long you retain those clients. Is it good to get somebody's problem solved quickly? Is it good to give someone as much time as they need to get the problem resolved? Which of those is going to generate more revenue? Which one of those is going to take care of the client needs? Are they in conflict with each other? And what does the insurance company have to say about all of that? So those are basically rhetorical questions, but if you have a thought or a reaction to any of those, maybe now's the time to share.
Was this going to be considered an acquisition or a merger?
Yeah, this was verbalized as a merger as opposed to an acquisition. Even though what actually transpired is that Tubman acquired Chrysalis at Chrysalis's invitation, but it was the language that was used and still is used is that it was a merger.
So, I mean, that would make a difference actually in terms of, you know, what the envisioned composition of the board would be and the, you know, just the organization of the staff. If it's an acquisition, then, you know, you're not envisioning major structural changes in the acquirer, but the acquired agency has to figure out how to fit into that. And I think that also relates to your question of you know, how much time it's going to take to sort all this out. And if it's a merger of two, you know, relatively comparable organizations in terms of their size and an established operation, then it's going to take a long time, and you know, some kind of process with the two boards meeting and the two staffs meeting over some period of time, you know, to figure out how it's all going to work. That makes sense. But if it's an acquisition, then, you know, it's a matter of you know, basically the acquiring agency helping to figure out, you know, where this new set of capabilities is going to fit into their existing structure.
Yeah, and of course, we don't use acquisition quite as much in the nonprofit world because there is there's no organizational value other than basically the real estate.
Well, but the incorporation documents matter. So, you know, one of them is going to have to go out of business, and the other is going to have to continue under its existing charter.
Exactly. So from that legal document perspective, Chrysalis went out of business and became an arm of Tubman, you know, as the case study I think suggests.
Right.
But the piece that you've really identified as a challenge is the two boards and the two boards' expectations and the board's identities, and what happened, of course, was that the two boards just merged. So suddenly the Tubman board increased in size by about 50 to 60%. And there was some expectation that we would eventually winnow out those who were less committed to the new merged organization, because there was a piece of Chrysalis that was more explicitly feminist than Tubman, and the board commitment was more to Chrysalis as a standalone organization. And even a year into the merger, people would still identify themselves as Chrysalis or Tubman. So the Chrysalis people had a very hard time beginning to describe themselves as Tubman board members.
I mean, I think that's not terribly unusual in the nonprofit sector, where you've got different organizational identities and they combine, but those identities don't just go away. I mean, the classic, I don't know if it's classic, but the one that we always talk about in Cleveland is Case Western Reserve University, which was a merger of Case Institute of Technology and Western Reserve University, which are basically just right across the street from one another in Cleveland. But getting those organizations to actually combine into a single identity was, you know, they didn't exactly I don't know how long they maintained separate boards. That probably got done, but they maintained separate alumni associations for a long time. You know, and there were separate parts of the campus for each, and it was a very long time before, you know, they came together around the sense that they were one university. I mean, I think a contrasting example with the work that I did, I mentioned it before, was Jewish Family Service and Jewish Board of Guardians. They were sort of large, fairly co-equal organizations in New York, one focusing on prevention and working with families, and the other, you know, basically institutional services for, you know, people that required that. And they merged and they changed. I don't know if they got a new charter, but they changed the name so that, you know, it was recognized that these two different parts were both very important to the new organization. It's really tricky to combine cultures and to combine, you know, the artifacts of boards and staffs, and you don't have the overall financial factors that would, you know, allow in the for-profit sector to, you know, to sort of drive the changes.
Yeah, yeah. And the financial rewards, potential financial rewards to everybody.
Yeah.
So that whole line of thinking really anticipates one of the other questions here. Well, you don't know how those boards are going to get together. I mean, you might have a bit of understanding of the two, but the question number 4 here: how can uncertainty be mitigated? I mean, of course, the uncertainty there refers to the uncertainty of the outcome. How can it be mitigated? And one way is to anticipate consequences, including those that you don't intend to be there, and incompatible boards. And I mean, this gets us then into the entire governance literature and governance impacts, which is, did someone else cover that?
No.
Okay. So, and we won't do that. We won't try to do that here either, but just to acknowledge that board incompatibility and then uncertain guidance from the combined board would be a source of difficulty unless you've anticipated that and prepped for it ahead of time. Lots of meetings of the boards ahead of time, lots of agreements, lots of talking about how the different boards are going to operate. And this, of course, is especially an issue when you have a board that really is devoted to governance versus a board that's devoted to being a set of alternative staff members, as is often, too often the case. Then you've got hugely different board cultures trying to come together.
I mean, I think all this also relates to the question of resilience, because you know, in a crisis situation, there's a temptation for a weak organization to be taken over by a stronger one in order to kind of preserve what they're doing. But that really doesn't, in a crisis situation, allow the time to work all of these things out. So, you know, if there's the possibility of a longer term framework to develop a stronger organization by merging two organizations that are not in the middle of a crisis, that's probably a better way to build resilience in the short term rather than wait for crises to precipitate these things.
Yeah.
I think that's a good point. And you're reminding me that if a merger is done primarily because one of the two is suffering financially,
Yeah.
But what happens when the one that is the weakest financially has the stronger and more effective service delivery model? Well, then which one is adopted? Is it the one that exists that's the weaker and the stronger financial organization, or the model that's been proven the most effective? And who makes those decisions and how are they made? I mean, it's just another ingredient in this minestrone soup, right? It's kind of complicated and messy, these mergers, and how these things go in different directions.
Yeah.
And so that I think at least indirectly addresses question number 2: in what ways might this merger be considered entrepreneurial? And going back to the attributes of entrepreneurship, it certainly seems to encompass the uncertainty piece of that.
Mel, what was the role of funders in precipitating this? I mean, the question of entrepreneurship, one way to think about it is that people in these organizations, were enlightened and figured that they could do things better than they could do them separately. But often, especially in a crisis situation, funders are saying, well, maybe this larger organization can take a weaker one under its wing so that we don't lose it, but we don't also have to bail it out.
Yeah. I don't know about the extent to which funders were delighted to hear about this. And that certainly is a question that Jen could address more directly. The differential revenue sources might give us a little bit of a clue. So here are two possibilities as I see it. That since Chrysalis was essentially fee-based, a funder might think, well, if they're going to be bringing in revenue from another source, maybe that they don't need our support quite as much. So that strikes me as a feasible conclusion. I mean, I've seen some really odd choices made by funders, but I think that would be an unwarranted. It may be a feasible possibility. The other option might be that a funder would say, great, this is really great. You're going to be bringing in creating an internal source of support for clients, but it's fee-based, and our clients historically have not been able to address the fee, and there's going to be this kind of startup transition from existing Tubman clients having become more incur the learning curve of applying their insurance coverage, if they have it, to the service now provided by this new service provided under the auspices of Tubman. So there are both some client learning curve issues as well as staff learning curve issues and funder learning curve issues. Nice observations. I'm taking lots of notes. Well, I think we have addressed at least pieces of most of these, and I'm keeping an eye on, I'm expecting Jen to join us any moment now.
I'm here.
She's here.
Here.
Hi, Mel.
Hey there.
Hi, y'all.
Hello.
And now I can see you. Speaking up brought you into visibility on my screen.
Oh, good.
So just I mean, maybe you have had a chance to eavesdrop on a little bit of this conversation, and we're talking about the case study and in particular applying some of these concepts and tools to the Chrysalis and Tubman merger. And there are some things about this that Jen is going to be much more familiar with than from the insider's perspective, and she was on the front line with this organizational change. And even though we don't want to burden you too much with this, because we have you now to go forward with what Tubman is doing in the current operating environment. Any insights that you have regarding what worked and what didn't work, and even though, so Jen's had a chance to see some of the materials in advance, but we're not expecting her to be an expert either on the tools that we've introduced. But any insights otherwise on lingering effects of the merger, or lingering benefits, or huge challenges that occurred?
Absolutely. So thank you all for allowing me to join you today. I'm Jen Paulzine. I'm the CEO at Tubman. I've been with the organization for almost 30 years in a variety of roles, probably 12 or 15 different roles throughout my time. The first nearly half of it in direct service and program delivery, and then a whole bunch of other roles. I've been the CEO for the last 6 years. So I was absolutely here during all 3 of the mergers, as well as several other smaller program acquisitions, I guess you could call them, or program adoptions, as some were small spin-offs that were maybe housed at the university that were looking for a new nonprofit home that fit with what we did as well. But just jumping right into this. So we were on the early adopter end of things in terms of nonprofit mergers in our area. And now there's so much more commonplace than there were then, for sure. And it sounds like just the little snippet I heard, I know that you all have probably deep and personal experience with this as well, either with an organization that you've been affiliated with, or through deep study and conversation. Some of the things that I would say are that those economies of scale and scope, particularly between the first merger between Family Violence Network and Harriet Tubman Center, and then the one with Chrysalis and Tubman Family Alliance, I would say, that was indisputably the biggest tool in our toolbox of what got all of those predecessor organizations through the Great Recession, beyond a doubt. We were able to retain staff. We were able to preserve those critical services in the community. All of those things that may not have survived otherwise, or at least not thrived otherwise. That said, I'm a firm believer that, if we use any muscle to the detriment of all the others, right, some atrophy over time. And so a strength that got overused when we take the long view at Tubman, we became so good at efficiency in those backroom operating efficiencies. And, yes, you only need one executive director, and you may not need as many finance people and all of that kind of piece. But without reinvesting in the infrastructure that was cut initially due to duplication, we really kind of, there for a while, we were the poster child for the nonprofit starvation cycle. Truly, I mean, there was a lot of pain there, and we lost considerable ground in terms of innovation. And I'll talk more about other kinds of entrepreneurial innovations that have been part of our history, as well as some that are on the horizon, and what some of the lessons that I've learned have been. But from an economic perspective, I would say one cautionary tale that I found to be true in all 3 of those was that, and you should know this about me, I am an optimist to my core. like, you know, through and through. So I'm going to sound cynical for me, if you knew me. Funders really loved the idea and were all behind it. And actually within 2 years, the total aggregate amount of funding that the predecessor organizations had received separately decreased dramatically. So it stayed the same as those separate grants for the first year. The second year, in almost all of those cases, it may have gone down a little bit. And then by year 3, in almost every case, it had gone down to what one organization may have been receiving. So it was also an opportunity for efficiency and cost effectiveness from the foundation side. And I'm talking foundations in particular when I talk about funding source, a little bit of corporate support as well. And quite frankly, some individual donor support. So I would throw that out there for a conversation as well. So people are super interested because they get excited about all the things that we get excited about, you know, increased breadth and depth and reach and robustness in general, but doesn't always manifest.
Jen, I think you may have frozen up on us there. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Were you able to hear me or just not see me?
Just at the tail end, your voice faded out, and your
Okay. I am taking myself off camera in hopes that that preserves a little bit of bandwidth here, and you can continue to hear me. So just saying that, you know, overall, that's been consistently my experience of it decreasing foundations, corporations, and in some cases, individual donors as well.
Okay, well then, I think maybe the best way for us to benefit from your insights is to just open it up for you to bring us forward. Look from the now combined and successful organization that worked its way through all of those things, and maybe to some extent still climbing out of some issues that arose, and a whole new challenge has arisen. And given what I have described as the entrepreneurial culture at Tubman, has that culture sustained itself, and has it proven an effective way of tackling the issues that have arisen in the last 2 years, and maybe some of the time even before that, as funding certainty has wavered a bit, and other downside experiences?
Yeah, so overall, I would say yes, yes, and yes. That it has been a positive undertaking, that the culture overall has strengthened. I'm assuming that you gave just a brief overview of who we are and what we do, but I shouldn't assume. Would that be a helpful starting point, or you got it?
I think that the piece that would really fill in an important gap at this instance is to talk about the complementary programming that you have, and to the extent you want to, how that all developed. But you've got all these complementary programs. I mean, starting from a women's shelter, you are now so much more than that.
Yes.
And how important that has been.
Perfect. So certainly one predecessor organization started as a women's shelter. Another started as primarily legal services, and another started as primarily mental and chemical health services. The Tubman of today, we serve about 20,000 people every single year, somewhere between 20,000 and 25,000. And it's people of all ages, all genders, and all cultural backgrounds. We do that through safe shelter, emergency shelter, through longer term housing, through Legal services, which include certainly emergency orders for protection, and also family law services, attorney representation, direct intervention and lethality assessments, and work with law enforcement and all through the court process in both civil and criminal court proceedings related to violence, as well as mental and chemical health. That's assessment, treatment, aftercare. It's individuals, it's couples, it's families, and it's group therapy. It's some very specific modalities, but it's also work specifically with people who have used violence in an innovative treatment program. Lots and lots of youth services. So that's everything from in-school violence prevention education to mobile case management and youth diversion work with youth who have been involved in the justice system, to transitional housing for youth who have experienced violence and sex trafficking, all kinds of after-school programming and youth entrepreneurship and career exploration, all kinds of things there. And then lots of wraparound services. So everything from 24/7 safety planning and emergency helpline kinds of things, to jobs education and finance workshops, to support groups, to a clothing closet, to a food pantry, all kinds of workshops and groups, and then professional training for others in adjacent fields as well. So all of that to say it's a lot of different services. The common denominator is really trauma, and it's everything along the continuum from prevention to intervention to ongoing leadership development and giving back. So it's everything along that continuum. Overall, we are about 11.1 million, about 110 FTEs as an organization. We are in 2 buildings that we own, and we do the vast majority of our work out in the community, meaning we're in courthouses, we're in schools, all of those things, more so when it's not a pandemic, but definitely out in the community, home visits, all of that. I would say certainly being a multi-service organization and all of the adaptive things that we needed to do along with every organization in the sector. Some of our work pivoted pretty quickly to remote and use of technology. Some continued to be face-to-face on site or face-to-face out in the community, really kind of depended on the type of service. Some of those things in our control, some of those things outside of our control. For example, the courts varied from county to county, and even type of case, whether they were remote hearings or whether it was in person. And that has changed on and off lots of times. So keeping up with those changes that were beyond our control. Same with our work in over 45 schools across the Twin Cities metro area. Some of that pivoted to us adapting our curriculum and training teachers how to deliver it virtually, rather than us being in person delivering that prevention curriculum on site. So lots of things, but I will also say that there have been tremendous opportunities. So not only did we have the pandemic, we had the murder of George Floyd and the racial reckoning that really was accelerated, certainly always been an epidemic and a pandemic of racism. But there were some opportunities that came there, right? Like in our strategic plan, we knew that technology and deeper investments in technology have been a strategy for a long time, but this really accelerated that work. The same with our own internal diversity and equity and inclusion work that we have been really heavily invested in, again, in a reignited way over the past 6 years. But all of those things, along with some COVID-specific funding opportunities and some certainly a PPP loan, those kinds of things allowed us to really do some if-then scenario planning around if we can use these dollars to help meet, if we're a $11.1 million organization, last year we were a $10.8 million organization. So we've been experiencing growth. But if we had to incur, which we did, $1.5 million worth of COVID specific expenses that were unbudgeted because we didn't predict the pandemic. Not only could these funds help us cover those expenses, but they could also allow us to push other dollars forward into the next year's fiscal calendar so that we could accelerate our strategic work. I will say that I talked a little bit about the nonprofit starvation cycle early on. If we would not have maintained our organizational strength, and you all are probably familiar with the research that some statistics say that 20% of nonprofits were not going to survive the pandemic.
We lost you again.
See numbers that are named our organizational. Oh, can you hear me now?
There we're good now. Yes.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. Please continue to do that. If we had not maintained our organizational strength by specifically reinvesting in infrastructure and staff, we wouldn't have had that foundation to come out still strong. So that is our deepened investment in diversity, equity, inclusion, access, belonging, staff wellness, total rewards, so cash comp, but also benefits and work-life integration, focusing on a mission-centered culture, professional development and growth opportunities, all of that, strengthening supervision and giving people the information they need and the tools to do their work well. And we started an employee engagement survey that we are doing every 2 years. We just finished the third one. So we've shown measurable and marked improvement across all three of the indices that we measure in that employee engagement survey. So 2017 to 2019, we had percentage improvements averaging about 20-some%, which is pretty incredible. And then some areas went up in 2021. Some, of course, went down, which we know we're seeing in around employee engagement across sectors as well. But if we wouldn't have done all of those things over time, we would not have weathered the pandemic nearly as well. I want to pause there before I talk about some specific entrepreneurial projects, past, present, and future, that have contributed to resilience, but want to make sure that there's time for questions. Anything there, or shall I keep going?
I think there's one.
I see Salvatore and Dennis.
Hi, Jen. Thanks for doing this with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
You talked earlier about at the point of the merger, you found out some efficiencies. You realized you didn't need more than one of this person, whatever. Was there a point where you experienced growth and you kind of had to reverse that and go back and say, well, gee, maybe one is not going to be enough anymore. We now have to facilitate expansion and deal with that?
Yes. Wholehearted, all in capital letters, exclamation point, exclamation point. When I talk about reinvesting in infrastructure, not only was it paying attention to wellness and equity and culture, it was also reinvesting in particular, in the administrative side, because our ethos has been clients first, and programs first, and administrative staff are there to support program delivery, right? We cut there deeper and first. And we cut so deeply that burnout, retention, all of that really took a toll. And I will also say, from an economic standpoint, because we have pretty well diversified funding streams, there's a lot of administrative challenge that comes with that, right? You need
Sure.
more billing people, but even with the COVID specific funds, the level of tracking and reforecasting that comes in, even with the upside opportunity, the fact of what it really takes to deliver on all of that, or with IT, or even our facilities and operations team. So absolutely, we have added more staff back in those kind of backroom admin roles, but we've also added more we tend to think of ourselves as more of a networked leadership structure, but in old school hierarchical terms, really adding back to the middle was a place that we had realized that there was a gap in terms of service delivery. So having point people in middle management was helpful.
I think it's a great illustration, because part of that starvation cycle you were talking about, and thankfully we're getting away from those pie charts that show admin expenses, programs, but I'm so thankful we've moved past that. But it's if you're not careful, you could administratively starve your program into being ineffective, right?
Absolutely.
So it seems like you guys picked up on some of that stuff and you made the necessary adjustments.
Yes, it was critical. And it was showing through in quality of service.
Yeah.
It was shining through in certainly staffing. We had become so far behind in, we had 7 years without employee increases.
Not good for retention.
Years, yeah. It's shocking. And thankfully that feels like it's in the rear view mirror quite a ways. And many of our staff don't even know that, but many of them, unfortunately, it's very painful memory that they were affected by. So being able to double down on those things is huge. The other thing is that we lost ground in terms of innovation. Another thing that we've seen is, you get to a point where you're stretched so thin that you don't have time to really thoughtfully build just like volunteers aren't free, collaboration isn't free, right? You have to have the time to devote to doing that. You have to have the time for reflective thinking and asking challenging questions and cultivating curiosity. And if you don't have that because you're just trying so hard to keep your nose above the water, and those things aren't a luxury, they're a necessity. And so we've seen plenty of concrete examples where we may have been known for something that was super trailblazing at the time and rocked people's worlds, and we got strong reaction to things that, well, you can't do that. That's not how that's done. Just really cool stuff that was getting cool results. And then we just sort of did it quietly. Now we've seen some of those things catch on across the field, which is fantastic. But now other people may be getting funding specifically to do those things, even though we had been doing them for years quietly. But because we weren't marketing, we weren't publishing, we weren't doing things to the same level that we had. And it's not about getting the credit, it's about being able to sustain the service that was innovative. So the upside is that it's catching on, right? In some cases, the downside is that you just lose ground in being able to sustain it. So lots of, I could go into, several examples about, we had a text line for youth as one example, very early on when texting was there were concerns about how do you do that confidentially? How do you do that with youth? What happens if someone is in severe distress? Where's your professional responsibility and ability to respond in the moment? All of those kinds of things we had worked out and had some great systems in place, and we had just been doing it on a small scale. And then 2 years later, but we weren't really expanding it because we didn't have the bandwidth. And then later, a youth text line got $1 million investment from a corporation, and they had to build it from scratch because they weren't able to build on what we had been doing that was already working. So it hurt them and it hurt us. So just one example of that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Dennis, did you have something? Yeah. You're on mute.
You're muted.
Sorry. I don't know how long you've been with the agency, but you started your remarks by suggesting that the financial crisis in 2008 and 9 precipitated or motivated the series of of mergers that took place. And I just wonder if you could kind of elaborate on how that worked.
Yeah, actually, to clarify, so our first one was in 2000.
Oh,
The
okay.
second one was in 2007, and the third one was in 2011.
Okay.
And I want to be really clear, they were not necessarily prompted by the recession. I'm saying if we wouldn't have merged, we wouldn't, it was primarily how we got through the recession was because of those initial economies of scale.
Okay.
Yeah. There was definitely each of those the 3 mergers, and I think Bill, I know that was part of your case study talking about how they were different from one another, but the second one was one that organization had been shopping for a merger partner for a long time. And it was because of they needed to get bigger in order to survive financially. So finances were definitely a presenting factor that prompted them to seek a merge partner. It had never occurred to us or to them to talk to each other about merging because we weren't we had merged once already. We weren't necessarily looking to get bigger. And to them, they were thinking, well, y'all are just a couple miles away. You wouldn't be interested in merging with us. And we had referred back and forth together for years. So we were already in partnership. So it was sort of like, that blind date when you're like, oh, I never would have thought of dating you. You've been my best friend's brother forever. Those kinds of things. Odd analogy. But.
What about the 2011 merger? Was that, who was the partner in that? Was that the Chrysalis one or no?
No, the Chrysalis one was the second one that I was just referring to.
So the third one, I mean, I've seen instances where organizations were weakened by the recession and kind of staggered for a while. So I was just wondering whether that third merger was with had anything to do with conditions created by the recession.
Yeah, that's a great question. So the third one, in my estimation, was really more like a program alignment, like a program that had been a standalone agency joining us.
Right.
And what I mean by that is partially because that was an organization that their budget was considerably smaller. They were a 5-employee organization joining an organization that was 100 and some employees.
Mhm.
So not to say that it's not, that it wasn't equally as important, but it was a specific body of work that was a little less related. It was their primary, so it was Elder Care Rights Alliance, was the name of the organization. And their primary service was around setting up resident councils in nursing homes. That was one of their primary services, and family councils. And it was about elder abuse kinds of issues within care centers all across the state. That work actually statutorily went away. The state of Minnesota, that work then became adopted by the state's ombudsman programming, if you will, so that that part of the work was no longer funded. It was, that organization was created by statute, and then that work got brought back in to the state.
Mhm.
So the connection there was really about relationship violence that had been our core expertise for years, expanding that to include abuse of older adults.
Mhm.
So rather than having that be a standalone service of the organization, that work actually got embedded within our legal services, within our shelter services, within our, home visiting services, all of those kinds of things. There is another organization currently that does statewide work around relationship violence that we certainly partner with rather. So
So
we
it
don't,
was-
I'm sorry.
No, it was part of their motivation, the fact that the bottom fell out as far as their funding was concerned.
So that actually didn't fall out until that statute didn't change back until it was around the time that of our merger. So actually, it didn't go into effect until we were all one organization.
Right.
Yeah, just kind of I think they would have dissolved. And their executive director was very open about that fact, that they would have dissolved even while the work was still being carried out. Just a small organization that never had the type of ongoing support, and certainly not diversified funding support, not individual donors, not corporate, not foundation. It was all through governmental, primarily.
Mhm. So if I
And those
could-
staff did stay on with us for a period of time.
if I could ask just kind of somewhat of a hypothetical question, but with the pandemic and having merged and become a larger, more diversified agency, do you feel that you were better prepared for a crisis like that than you would have been had you not taken on these additional parts?
My answer to that is yes and no.
Good.
So our pandemic response has varied program to program and type of service to type of service. For example, our shelters, it's about more PPE, more changes in how services are delivered, but they're still face-to-face. The mental and chemical health services are now all telehealth for the most part. Those kinds of pandemic changes. I think, so yes, in terms, but there is also more economic liability in some ways because of the challenge of having so many different types of services. In some ways, it would be far it would be far easier if we were less complex as an organization. You know, if we did one thing and did it really, really well, instead of doing a whole continuum of things, all pretty well, some of them really, really well, and some of them, we could improve, right? Although I'm biased and I think we do most of it pretty darn well. The place where I would give a resounding yes is the fact that in that organizational life cycle, which I look at kind of, it's a spiral, and the spiral keeps going to the good, right? We're going up, which is great, but sometimes we take some steps backward and then we kind of renew and enter the next loop. If we hadn't have learned those lessons about the starvation cycle, if we hadn't experienced that pain, and then for me to be able to say as an incoming CEO, these are the pain points that I know from my personal experience, from everything that I've heard and seen and observed, everything that I know academically, everything that I'm seeing, and made the decision to reinvest in those things, that's what enabled us to weather the pandemic.
Mhm.
Reinvestment in culture and infrastructure and people.
Mhm. Did you take a particular hit from the pandemic in terms of certain kinds of revenue or certain kinds of staff problems? That you had?
I would say
Well,
Yeah, we lost you again, Jen.
yes,
yeah.
We're getting snatches of sound, but no sustained voice.
Hmm.
Well, while Jen is working on her bandwidth challenge, I've been keeping an eye on the time, and I want to be sure that we give her a chance to, when she's able to get back with us, to talk about some of the visions for the future, which I think are continuing the entrepreneurial perspective that seems to be pretty well in their culture at Tubman, and they've had some physical plant changes in the last few years that have given them more options to think about services going forward, both investing in and divesting from some pieces of their physical plant. Jen, are you able to hear or speak?
I just let her back in. I think she phoned in.
Okay.
That's her with the phone.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Hold on, I have to do one other thing here. All right, is this okay?
It works. We have a still photo of you and an active voice, so it's a good combination.
Okay, excellent. So I heard you say, Mel, sorry about that. I heard you say the piece about wanting to talk about innovations that are kind of on the docket, on the horizon. Is that accurate?
Yeah, my thinking is that we've got a sense of some of the entrepreneurial elements that have been become a part of maybe the culture at Tubman. And you have indicated in communication with me that you have some potentially exciting items on the planning horizon. And it might be helpful for us to hear how those came about, what enables you to think about these, and how you go about making them happen.
Excellent. Thanks for your flexibility here. So I'll fast forward to about 3 years ago. We had a different crisis emerge, which was we had 3 buildings. One of them had some structural issues that we had known about for a number of years, but we really just took a deep breath and said, we need to dive into this, and we need to figure out and get an assessment of what are we looking at here from an economic standpoint. And so we got the answer. It was a big number, and we put a lot of options on the table. It was everything from, tear it down, rebuild on the site, sell it, rebuild somewhere else, all of those things. And I want to talk just a minute about the power of asking a different question, which was, what if, it occurred to me, we were in a conversation with a couple of key advisors, and all of a sudden it occurred to me, what would happen if we just sold the building and moved those services either into the other 2, or what if we used that as an opportunity to advance our strategy? So one example is, we have known for a long time that we wanted to still maintain safe shelter for victims of violence as a core service, but not expand that. And instead, actually, what would happen if we contracted that a little bit and instead invested more resources into longer term affordable housing for victims and access to that, but without owning it. And so we ended up saying that's the option that the board chose, which was selling one of our buildings, which was a huge community issue that we needed lots of conversation with the community about, that we were not abandoning that particular community. But what started out as a structural problem with the building became an opportunity to really shore up our long-term sustainability. So those sale proceeds were used to pay down debt. They allowed us, so mortgages, they allowed us to align our strategic choices with our resources, like the housing example I just gave. They allowed us to invest in needed building improvements at the other 2 locations, and poised us the gift of the pandemic, that silver lining. Remember, I warned you I'm an optimist, was that we got to renovate one of those buildings entirely while people were experiencing the safe at home, or the stay at home orders, and while people were doing telehealth that they could be doing elsewhere. So there was a huge opportunity there. And then some proceeds were designated in reserve for staff compensation and cash flow. Again, thankfully, if we hadn't have done that, cash flow wouldn't have been in a positive or at least okay position throughout the pandemic. But it also allowed us to get ahead of the curve in terms of right-sizing our office and program space early in the pandemic, as opposed to now when every single office of every single ilk is trying to determine how much square footage do they need. As we look at flexible and hybrid and remote work and service delivery lasting well beyond the pandemic. So that was the first step. Then we realized that we need to really undergo a major capacity campaign. And I'm naming it a capacity campaign rather than a capital campaign, because building improvements are certainly a portion of that, but it's about program and people and places. But one of those things, I'm going to give you 2 examples that Mel was talking about when we talk about entrepreneurial or social enterprises on the horizon. One is an on-site pet shelter at our largest center, which is where our on-site housing is located. The reason for that is there is a really well-researched, lots of connections between animal abuse and domestic violence, right? Lots of connections about what can predict domestic homicides, lots of research that shows that may be a reason that someone stays, or that may be part of the abuse of the people, members of the family, is the pet members of the family. But thinking carefully about, and there are some programs that exist across the country, and there is one right here in my home state of Minnesota. But our business model will allow for it to be open for general public boarding when space isn't needed by the people that we serve. And we're talking about shelter residents, but we also may be talking about somebody who needs a short-term place while they get an order for protection and can move back into their home or something. So it's not just shelter residents, but it's Tubman clients and then the general public. What that we don't anticipate, and we haven't done the in-depth financial analysis yet, but we've done pieces of it. We don't anticipate making a huge profit that will fund other services. What we do anticipate is that we'll be able to cover the cost of staffing it, so for the well-being of the animals and to facilitate that bonding that can happen between the owners and the animals, so that it can be staffed all of the time. That's part of the upcoming capacity campaign that'll be launching. The planning phase is underway, and we enter the feasibility interviews with donors later this month. But it's also the ability and opportunity to tap into a new donor base that is closely related in terms of people's passions. And it builds on areas of programming that we already do. So things like we already have that therapy animals who come on site to work with participants and just be a source of comfort. We already work with animal rescue organizations and fostering organizations to help people with short-term solutions. So this would simply be building out one piece of that component. Any questions or thoughts, reactions, advice?
I don't know about advice. It sounds like you're doing a great job. But I guess I wanted to ask you, how to see all this. It sounded like you had some chronic needs, like a problem with a building that you had to do something about. And when the crisis came along, when the pandemic came along, it probably created more problems, but also put you in a situation where you could really take advantage of opportunities that represented, particularly, when you were going to have new sources of potential government assistance that you could take advantage of to pursue these issues. Would that be? I'm trying to figure out how it figures into your overall resilience and your ability not only to weather a crisis, but to take advantage of it for, new possibilities.
Yeah. So we made the determination, and there was a lot in that middle space around, forensic engineering and looking at obligations that we had with some long-term funding interests in the building that we subsequently sold. So it took a lot of navigation, and it was a process of discernment that lasted a couple of years. The building sale closed December of 2019. So we had made that decision well before the pandemic hit. But you're absolutely right. That's what gave us the ability to navigate more seamlessly and take advantage of other opportunities.
If I can ask just another question, did the fact that you had all these buildings, was that a financial burden that you wanted to get out from under to a certain extent, to come up with a sort of a different combination of inputs that you could use to achieve your mission, maybe a little less capital intensive? Does that make any sense?
It makes total sense. I would say yes. Two of the buildings had nothing to do with the merge. The other was where Chrysalis was operating out of, so that second merger. We had flirted lightly with the idea of maybe selling one. Although I would have said, and conventional wisdom was saying that that would have been the Chrysalis building, although it was much newer. It also needed significant renovation, which we did during the pandemic using sale proceeds. It never, ever would have occurred to us to have sold the building that we sold. The reason that that came to be was these, honestly, it was structural engineering problems that, if not addressed, would have cost us millions of dollars that we didn't have. So we were trying to figure out how to come up with the cash and what the best plan was moving forward. We had 5 options outlined, and then we came up with the 6th, which was, what if we just sold it and didn't replace it? And if we hadn't have had a practice of cultivating curiosity and trying to ask different questions, I don't think we would have gotten there. So I think starting to use that muscle of resiliency and not being afraid of change and not being afraid of kind of going against the grain, because we got, it was a grief process for a lot of the community who had built that building. New for our purposes in the 90s was the first public known address of a domestic violence shelter, which was super groundbreaking, and brought lots of benefits. So there was a legacy there that was a sadness for many in the community and many community leaders, as well as for us. But absolutely was the right decision, because I've been saying all along that my goal is to get better, not bigger. So people sometimes will say, hey, we're looking for a merge partner. Will you merge with, you've done this, will you merge again? My answer is, well, it depends, maybe.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to give
How are we
a chance to get into some of the other commercial opportunities that fit into the social enterprise / entrepreneurship. So maybe this would be a good time to do that.
Sure. So the other thing that is on the horizon, and that we are moving forward with at least doing the research and the business study and resource mapping to see what our right path is. One of our buildings has on site a very, very large commercial kitchen that the previous owner of the building had used. And I'm talking, it's really big and is light-filled space that would be a chef's dream to work in. It is also very outdated and needs to be brought up to current code. And so it needs a couple $1 million worth of renovation to get it where it needs to be. Since we have been in the building, we acquired the building in 2009. We've simply, kind of closed the door and left it there until we could figure out our next steps. What we're grappling with now is which is the highest and best use? Is it as a job training and workforce development site for people in the hospitality and food industry in partnership with another organization? Because that's not our area of specialty. And we don't want to, the whole mission creep thing, right? Is it a long-term lease arrangement with another organization whose whole mission is about alleviating food insecurity, or delivering meals or providing nutrition, those kinds of things? They operate it simply out of that space, and we partner in other ways, shared volunteer management, shared reception, shared facilities, maintenance, all those kinds of things. Is that the path? Or is it strictly a rental income social enterprise that is a commercial kitchen for food entrepreneurs, whether it's food truck or, does it become their, they rent production time to run their business? And we simply have someone, an entity or a staff built up to manage that process. So that's where we are, is also in this capacity campaign, is figuring out what is the right path forward and then raising the dollars to get it updated to the point where it's an attractive option, whichever in our community gap analysis, whatever path we see as being the right one. There's the study part, there's the renovation part, and then there's the finding the partner. So it won't necessarily be a merger, but it will certainly be a partnership evaluation process similar to what we've done in the past. Salvatore.
Yeah, so obviously you're doing some studies to kind of figure out the feasibility and viability of these options that you just listed, right?
Yeah.
If you're able to share, how has your board resonated around these options? Are they engaged? Do they have particular favorites of ideas? And again, if you can share, that would be great.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. So I am so fortunate. Our board is the other thing that we've invested in heavily in terms of time, is the board has invested in making sure that there's deep engagement. So not only have we diversified our board in terms of levels of experience and identity and background and functional expertise, and do they have lived experience with the issues we serve, all of those kinds of things. But we've also intentionally gotten smaller as a board, and done some very specific things around engagement. And our board right now is 23 people. As of this moment, it's 23 people, which include me. So 22 plus me. Elections are in March. We're currently recruiting. Stay tuned. I'll let you know how many people we become. But they have been deeply engaged in this process. I will tell you that the planning committee of this capacity campaign and the board conversation around what is in that campaign. So the pet shelter is absolutely in, that's moving forward. The details of how it operates, I should say it's moving forward should we raise the money. But it's definitely approved, if you will. Where they are about that commercial kitchen is absolutely, we've got this huge asset that's being underutilized. And need in the community. What's the right path forward? What they've said is yes to the study and figuring it out. And then if the study bears out X, Y, or Z path, then we should go for it if the fund, when the funds become available, through joint fundraising with a partner or whatever that looks like. But we can't raise the funds until we determine the model, obviously, because different sources of funding. So they're open to it, and we've sort of assumed it will be used for commercial kitchen purposes because that's what's been there, and some of the equipment and all of that is there. But maybe the study will come back and say that there's not appetite, there's not need. Anecdotally, we know there is. But maybe it will come back and maybe we make it into a big, I don't know, a rec center or a gym for the people who are using our services. I don't know.
Just a quick follow-up. Is your risk management person in these discussions too?
So say more what you mean about our risk management person.
Oh, I just assumed that because of your size that you had an in-house risk management staff person. So I'm sorry for assuming that, but
Yeah, no. I asked only because we don't have that as a standalone position. We have absolutely, we've got expertise on the board. We've got some staff expertise in that area. We've been talking, we will talk. We haven't had a specific conversation yet with our partners who do our commercial insurance and all of those kinds of things as well.
thanks.
Yeah. We certainly have somebody who does compliance as it relates to funding, but then our sort of the equivalent of our chief operating officer helps lead up some of those conversations, but it's a pretty broad group of people who look at it. Yeah. You're on mute, my friend.
I know, I just don't want to interrupt it accidentally. So, I wonder if you could talk a little bit about what goes into, I mean, I think you've got kind of an entrepreneurial culture within your organization, an entrepreneurial mindset. What goes into that in terms of how you think about things? I mean, one thing that you obviously mentioned was this this kitchen facility that you had that was being unused, and that's a good general thing to focus on. If organizations can kind of monitor their assets and see that some are being underutilized, that's a place to start for thinking about new ventures and so forth. But I'm just wondering, how that fits into kind of a wider view of how you decide to do new things.
Yeah, so we have a strategy screen. So certainly we have a strategic plan that's integrated with a racial equity plan that is in 3-year increments, that has, the standard stuff that a strategic plan would have. It's a little bit of an emergent strategy type approach. We have success indicators that are developed at the beginning of that 3-year plan. So that sort of is how will we know, what are the measurable things? So there's annual objectives, certainly. And we do a report out to the community about what's been achieved and what's not been every year. But those success indicators are these 3-year markers of here's how we're going to be different. At the end of 2022, so we're in the 3rd year of our current plan. Right now, the strategic planning committee of the board is developing, in partnership with staff and other stakeholders, what will be those success indicators at the end of 2025, so the next plan. But we have a strategy screen that we use to even evaluate funding opportunities. It's things like, do we have the resources to do this well, including the planning and the relationship building and all of those things. It's things like, is there an opportunity? What's the opportunity cost to not pursuing this opportunity? There are things like, the typical kind of SWOT stuff about, are there, other are we uniquely positioned to provide this service? Is it a new or different service? All of that, what's the learning curve, all of that stuff, or is this funding that could be allocated elsewhere? How does it fit with the strategic plan? How does it fit with our equity work? All of that. I would say we try and hire for curiosity. That's a pretty standard value that goes into our hiring processes. We try and hire for people that will ask hard questions, not be obstructionists, certainly. But people that will just ask the hard stuff, and we try and hire for teams that are have different work styles, so that it's not all let's process and talk about the work, but it's not just all people who are like, I don't have time for that, I gotta go. You know, but we've got a mix of drivers and reflective thinkers and people that are focused more on the interconnectedness of ideas.
Mhm.
Trying to think how else I can answer the question. I
No,
think it's also on our track record, you know, but trying to pay attention to the, can we sustain this idea, right? We obviously knew that commercial kitchen was there when we bought the building. We haven't done anything with it because we had other priorities. So sometimes it's about, here's an underused asset, to your point, but sometimes it's even about what's a different approach. What is everybody not doing that what if we did it?
Mhm.
So some examples might be, you know, we were pretty early on in working with people who used violence, as well as working with people who are victims, survivors of violence, and in recognizing that some people fall in that overlapping space in the Venn diagram. There are some people who have both experienced violence as a victim and use violence, which is very different than victim blaming, right? We work with women identified, female identified offenders, and we work with male identified victims, which sounds kind of like a duh in 2021. And it was super, like, got a lot of flack for that in the 80s and 90s. Things like we have used restorative justice practices in domestic violence cases, both sentencing circles and healing circles, which originally was thought to be a no-no and was thought to be very effective in other types of crimes, but not necessarily in terms of domestic violence, which now is more recognized as an approach for its effectiveness, particularly, you know, I'd be remiss if I didn't point out the fact that Indigenous cultures have been using those practices for hundreds of years to great effect. Also, our school-based violence prevention education curriculum. While the resources have significantly dwindled, the community appetite has grown as people are saying, well, we need more prevention, yet those dedicated funding sources are really lacking. So, you know, and I talked about being that first public address, you know, shelters used to be in secret locations. And in many cases, if not most cases, that may be necessary. But when we built a shelter specifically from the ground up, we were able to build in all of those security measures and things, because what we were hearing overwhelmingly from survivors and our experience working also was that everybody knew where it was anyway.
Yeah.
And it was actually limiting access to people who needed help. And so we ended up seeing that we were serving somewhere averaging 500 additional people a year who would just show up, who would say, I need to talk to somebody about this. And sometimes I think it's about the discipline of saying no to certain things too. So for example, we have a clothing closet that I mentioned, which a lot of organizations, that's a social enterprise and it's a revenue source. For us, it's actually, we made the decision to be low barrier and not charge for those things. And we have a slightly different approach. And the reason that we do that is because it's actually a way for people, it's sort of that safe undercover passage for people to come in and get resources that they need, see if they can trust us or not. And then they open up about a whole bunch of other things. And we know that the market is saturated for resale.
And with that, and having kept an eye on the clock and having tracked all of this innovation and or early adoption that Jen has shared with us, I would like to thank Jen and relieve her of further responsibility here, but with the knowledge that we need to talk to you some more down the road. And thank you very much for sharing what I still think of as one of the prime examples of an organization that's on the cutting edge, and it gets there with a culture that encourages innovation.
Absolutely.
So thanks, Jan, and I will be sharing contact information with other folks here, if you don't mind, so that they will at least know where some need to know where you are, and some will benefit from knowing more about Tubman and doing some online searching, perhaps.
Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your afternoon, and I appreciate the opportunity to be with you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So let me invite any questions or issues that you might have just among us regarding Tubman or anything else that's happened so far. And so I guess we are really at kind of this stage.
I thought she was terrific. I mean, just a whole variety of things that came up. You know, connecting the entrepreneurial mindset and orientation to, you know, how they build a resilient organization, how they use different strategies. I mean, I didn't want to be, you know, too, I don't know what the word would be, just. It struck me that that she really was kind of embodying what people talk about as a learning organization. It was just, you know, being really open to how they were doing, what they could do, what new ideas are out there, how they could change. I mean, I guess that's the entrepreneurial, you know, culture or paradigm, but she really brought it to life in a lot of ways.
Well, I will say that, and I would certainly share this with Jen directly, and wouldn't be news to her. Although she presented to us a smaller board than it was when I was there. As we all know, so many nonprofit boards include representation of the community, representation of service recipients, representation of funders or possible funders, and so on, which means that sometimes there's going to be a fair amount of conservative approaches to how the world operates, and may not be the first to buy into an innovative approach to things. The board has in the past been, some of them have been dragged kicking and screaming into new service areas and new perspectives, and many of them became quite familiar at the outset with being a residence, an emergency residence for folks. Yeah. Well, it's a huge step from going from being an emergency residence to developing a curriculum for school kids. Those are two hugely different sets of activities and tasks, but they both serve the same ultimate mission, as the mission has fruitfully evolved, not crept, but intentionally evolved over time. Sal, is that your hand up for this conversation, or?
Yes. Mel, I was wondering, given your relationships with her and her participation in today's session, if she would be willing to share with us, whenever it happens, what they decide about that kitchen, and more interest, as much as that's interesting, and more interesting, maybe some brief background information about what went into them making that specific decision. I'd be interested in that information if she's willing to share that when the time comes.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, there's nothing secret about this. I can give you just a real quick a couple of pieces of background. The building used to be a residence for nuns in the Twin Cities. It's a medium-rise building. It's about 8 stories high. Lots of living capacity. As the order shrank, the nuns decided to build a new facility and put this one up for sale, and they sold it at a very attractive discount to Tubman for Tubman's ongoing mission. It came with the kitchen that fed the nuns, and as the order shrank, pieces of the kitchen became superfluous, and it has remained substantially superfluous since that time. A small piece of it is used for ongoing food provision within facility to provide food, for example, for board meetings and things like that. But that means that there are huge ovens that never get touched and will eventually be replaced. So there was a piece of serendipity to that. It just happens that as Tubman was expanding, this capacity became available, and Tubman stepped into that. But that also opened the door for lots of other innovative thinking.
That's an interesting word that you used, Mel. I mean, I think part of this whole entrepreneurial process or mindset is being alert to things that come up that you would have never anticipated.
And don't waste
the serendipity element is probably something that gets underestimated.
Yeah. And the question is, how do you deal with it? Do you are you so set in your ways that serendipity just misses you entirely, or do you have an open net for serendipitous opportunities?
You got to have some kind of a radar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, that ties into other things that we're talking about. It ties into relationships. What are your connections to the outside world that would even make you aware of this?
Yeah.
And what are the things that you're monitoring out there in terms of where things are going and so forth? Yeah, absolutely.
So that brings us, but before I get away from it, yes, I will let Jen know about our ongoing curiosity about what transpires. And I monitor what goes on at Tubman anyway, so I will be alerted to decisions, but I will keep everybody in the loop. I'll work through Dennis and Stuart to make that available.
Yeah, that would be great.
We are moving toward the end of our time together. Let me invite any final thoughts that anybody would care to offer. I think Stuart would have some end of session time to talk about assignments, things, follow-up, things like that. But any final thoughts?
I'm particularly interested in risk analysis and risk management, as it is a part or sometimes not a part of social entrepreneurship or the planning or thought process about whether or not to engage in social enterprise. And I'm wondering who's doing research on that piece out there these days. And I think it's something I want to investigate, because you talked about risk at length in the beginning, Mel, and it really just reminded me there is a lot of risk involved here. And I know of one situation where a nonprofit started a social enterprise, which was an unrelated business. And the business failed, and they actually winded up taking donated dollars from their nonprofit to try to save the failing business, which you never want to get into that position. But I'm just wondering if any of you know of anyone looking specifically into the risk part of all this.
I know that stuff is happening, but I'm not familiar with it.
Okay.
But now that you brought that up, I'll keep my antenna raised.
there's a chapter in our handbook that I did with Bruce Seaman. You have a chapter in there too, don't you, Sal?
I do.
Yeah.
So I should know this then, right, Dennis?
No, but Martin Grace wrote a chapter on risk management.
That's right, he did.
In that one.
I do know that chapter. Okay, thank
And
you.
that may be a good place to start. I don't know what Martin is doing these days. He may just be retired. He's not a judge of state anymore. But you might look at that. But it's a good question. I mean, there are other folks, you know, like we did in the second seminar with Bill. There's a whole literature and bunch of people, you know, focusing on external risk and hazards and probabilities of some things happening and consequences and how you manage those hazards. You know, and there's some people in that area. I can't remember his name. There's one guy. Well, Bill Ward does some stuff on that, and there's a guy at Columbia. That Columbia has an institute that's been focusing on some of this. I
wonder if Melanie Herman at the Nonprofit Risk Management Center has looked into this. Maybe I need to contact her too.
Yeah, that's a possibility. I mean, they've been, you know, they're more in the area of the kind of risk management that you're talking about. You know, what are the things you do to protect yourself, you know, from sort of ordinary things that could happen, you know, flooded basements and fires and things.
Work hazards and
work hazards and what kinds of insurance are appropriate and so forth.
Right.
It raises the question of what budget threshold do you get to when you really start thinking about risk management as a dedicated function?
Yeah.
Organization. Obviously, small organizations are not going to do it. How big do you have to be before your risk exposure justifies expertise on hand, or can there be a collaborative risk exposure function among a group of nonprofits, for example?
And Melanie Herman in her chapter in the Nonprofit Management Handbook talks about the pros and cons of a centralized or decentralized risk management function. It's a great question. Mm-hmm. My anecdotal experience of 20 years is that risk management is arguably the most ignored piece of nonprofit management that I've witnessed in practice. So I'm just wondering if that ignoring extends over into the social enterprise realm too.
If it is going to be applied anywhere, I think it would be in the social enterprise / entrepreneurship area. The ongoing needs, the fundamental needs in society suggest that the market's not going to disappear anytime soon. But when you start branching out and doing things untried, true, but perhaps untried, then you're exposing yourself, because we sometimes just don't know how to go about it very well.
Well, and I think human nature is we avoid talking about potential bad things, and we don't like spending time planning for things that may never happen. But anyway, I won't go off on the sociological, psychological tangent of that. I'll stop there.
Oh, I mean, it really is relevant to, you know, discussing resilience and relating that to crisis management, because, you know, at a certain level, the ordinary things that you do to manage risk in an organization don't apply when we're talking about, you know, catastrophes and what you could do to prepare your organization to get through it. You're not going to be able to buy insurance, you know.
Right.
You know, so you have to talk at a different level.
That's right. That's right. Thank you.
Well, Stuart, do you have some end of session observations to share, or follow-up questions or instructions?
Just two orders of business. One, I think both Anna and Gabriel are interested in a certification, so they'll need an assignment for this unit.
Okay, so I think the assignment is question 6 on the case.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you know, give it some fairly serious thought, and feel free to be fairly imaginative there. and use some of the other questions and the body of the case as resources to help formulate your thinking.
Very good. If either of you have a question, now would be the time.
Yeah, I'd be interested in hearing, Gabriel and Anna jumped in a little bit, but I'd be interested in what you think.
Personally, I thought it was really interesting to hear, because I feel like from what my level is at my place of employment, it's a lot more of a higher picture, especially talking about mergers and looking at this, how I put it, this side of things, and it's very big picture from what I do. So it's kind of what I would like to grow into long term. So seeing it as the inner, building business and continuing business, the scale of it. I think the scale of it's really important for what we do here, because if we try to help too many people through what we do at our program, we stretch ourselves too thin. So it really is finding like that good scale of operations. And then, we've had past mergers. It was before my time at my company, but we've had a past merger that kind of did fizzle out and fail, and the other side of the merger did collapse. So our side is still we just got off the books on that recently this year. And that occurred about 2 years ago. So definitely something, especially from like a risk standpoint too, I feel like my company could have in the past been a little more thoughtful and, looked into that deeper of what the risk was. Because especially since financially, it really did set us back a little bit. And then, we went right into the pandemic. So it was a tough 2-year stretch financially for us. But I think from, an entrepreneurial and intrapreneurial standpoint, it's really interesting at a high level too for that.
Right.
Anna, anything to add before we break?
No, not really. My current organization isn't really ripe for merger or anything, because we are pretty unique in the space. We don't have a lot of similar organizations. So answering that question will be pretty thought-provoking, actually.
Feel free to take it in the direction of other entrepreneurial opportunities if that works better for you.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
And the other order of business is on January 21st. We have our next module. Ricky Abzig will be leading that. I'm thrilled that you were able to sit in. Thank you so much. I know you had a situation you had to contend with. And anything that anyone can do to help us market these programs. We're ramping up social media for the last 2 sessions, and don't be shy about making a recommendation. I guess the last thing is, I'm sure you'll all agree, I just, the more I interact with executives, the more I appreciate how complicated these jobs are. And just the description of what she was describing, saying all the minute, thousands of decisions that go into those concepts. It's mind-boggling. You need staff. I'm glad they have staff. I'm glad we're teaching people how to be good staff people.
Apparently we're staff we're trained at St. Thomas.
Well, it goes both ways. They teach us a lot. And I was, probably Mel's influence, but she was using, some pretty good conceptual lingo and thinking things through. So I got to feel that there's been a nice dialogue between, folks that have sat back and wrote about research and theory, and people like Jen, who are on the front line. It was a nice interaction.
All right, so Mel, I think that's the tail end. You did great. Thanks. This is
Well, thank you.
content.
Thanks for feedback from